almost obediently complying with him. At the same time, Lin Han felt the vibration coming from He Yunting's chest, rustily and carefully released a little pheromone. The sweet aroma of caramel gradually diffused the area, and then gradually dissolved into the heavy ebony fragrance. Lin Han was actually a little nervous, but did it anyway. "I thought you liked the smell of caramel, will this make you feel better?" The other party's breath was very close to his. Lin Han could clearly feel the changes in He Yunting. He didn't know how long. It was so long that Lin Han felt his hands were a little numb. He Yunting's body moved, and his emotions stabilized. Lin Han took the opportunity to free his hands, but his entire body was still wrapped around him, and He Yunting tightly pressed them together. He Yunting was tall, firmly covering Lin Han, but his movements were a bit more cherished. They leaned closer, so close that the shadows were overlapping and intertwining, wrapped in a loving silhouette. "General." After a long time, Lin Han finally spoke out. He Yunting's movements seemed to become a bit sluggish. After hearing Lin Han call him, the hand on his waist moved hesitantly, but his chin buried deeper behind Lin Han's neck, giving a deep and heavy exhale and inhale. Probably Lin Han's pheromone finally took effect, and suddenly He Yunting's nose twitched, as if he had smelled something that fascinated him. His arms became a little tighter. Lin Han didn't know what was happening, and could only move his hands, tentatively holding He Yunting. Lin Han, wearing white gloves, patted He Yunting's back very gently, one pat after the other. He was obviously a person whose name could make the entire galaxy shake, but now he was like a helpless child, getting a sense of security from his gentle gestures. After a few moments, He Yunting seemed to finally calm down a lot, but instead of straightening up as Lin Han wanted, he slowly groped his way closer to the omega gland, his high nose brushing the skin near the gland, his breath panicked and trembling as he landed on Lin Han's gland. That location was too sensitive by nature. Just now when He Yunting touched with his hand there, Lin Han already couldn't stand it and could feel the breath leaving his nostrils. Lin Han's body tensed up. Instinct made him want to push away, but finally gave up resistance under He Yunting's strong embrace. If He Yunting wanted to bite down, even if Lin Han dialed Lu Anhei's emergency connection now, it would be too late. If He Yunting just wanted to get a little bit of warmth, it didn't matter if he let him hug for a while. Lin Han couldn't say what he was indulging in. It was clear that he had found out yesterday that this man had done something excessive. Lin Han could even feel the fine itch coming from his skin as He Yunting's jawline traced the side of his neck. Still, the moment the alpha's lips touched his gland, Lin Han closed his eyes in fear. He Yunting's lips were a little dry, with a little unbearable suppressed pain, against his gland. Lin Han held his breath and could still feel the sliding of He Yunting's Adam's apple. He even felt He Yunting open his lips, and the tip of his moist, hot tongue swept over that spot, and tentatively touched the omega's gland very lightly with his sharp teeth again. Lin Han was finally still unprepared. His fingers nervously gripping the shirt on He Yunting's front chest, trying not to make a sound. But his body had already started to tremble uncontrollably. He shivered, and fearfully leaked out a sound. Yet this tiny soft sound seemed to wake up the alpha at that moment. It was a split second before He Yunting stopped at the back of his neck. The lips and teeth that made him fear moved away, with the struggle of fondness but having to separate. "Can't Mark." He Yunting's voice was lower than usual, as if he was trying to restrain the urge to go further, snuffing out the sinful thoughts before a gentle flower blossomed from them, and he said to himself, "It will hurt." He Yunting finally dropped his head, sniffing the sweet fragrance that he was so fond of, but didn't move further. Only his arms still refused to let go, as if he wanted to record the embrace with bones and muscles, and then engrave it firmly into his mind. His movements became lighter and lighter, and eventually stopped. The only thing left in the room was Lin Han's continued stroking of his back and the sweet fragrance that gradually intensified. Lin Han vaguely thought that this scene always reminded him of that day, when he was sitting in the second cockpit during his heat. He Yunting released the pheromone through a door and asked himself if he was better. There may be more than domination and submission between an alpha and omega. There was also the warmth of mutual reassurance. In fact, He Yunting was next to the couch and behind him was the big bed, but he seemed to be worried that if he changed his position, Lin Han wouldn't be able to hold him like this. But the alpha pheromone wasn't aggressive. Lin Han didn't feel tired. And for a while there was a wonderful and harmonious warmth between the two. After another moment, Lin Han looked sideways very carefully in order not to disturb the other. He Yunting's silver hair was half wet, his eyes were slightly closed, and his breathing was even and long. Lin Han's heart suddenly moved at this moment. What would he be thinking about now? In the past, he hated to passively hear other people's hearts. But now He Yunting's appearance made him curious to know what the other person was thinking at the moment. Lin Han knew it wasn't right. Probably because the atmosphere was too good, and He Yunting had no defenses at the moment, embracing him wholeheartedly. Lin Han finally couldn't resist and slowed down the movement of his hands, then pulled his hands to each other and removed his gloves. Just listen. Listen to what's going through his mind right now. If there were other discomforts, and He Yunting didn't say it, if Lin Han heard, he could also help. If he heard something, Lin Han's face was slightly embarrassed, but he still let himself reach out and put his hand back on He Yunting's back. Silence fell on his ears. Lin Han was a little stunned, and his other hand went over it, but it still ended the same way. He didn't hear He Yunting's inner words at this moment. The only sound was the other person's steady breathing, flowing shallowly between them. Lin Han was stunned. There was only one reason for not hearing anything other than his heartbeat. That meant He Yunting wasn't thinking about anything right now, his mind was blank. There was no hint of perverted thoughts and no distracting thoughts. So the hard days of the susceptible period were nothing, as if he was telling Lin Han, I have given up all the suffering and thoughts, I have nothing at this moment. I just simply want your hug. And in the end, it was Lin Han who fell asleep first. Lin Han himself didn't know when he got sleepy, or perhaps the alpha convergence of pheromone turned into another hypnotic, and when he woke up in a daze, he found himself lying asleep in He Yunting's bed. Surprisingly, he slept better than last night in his own room. Lin Han lifted the quilt, but He Yunting had already left. And only a little ebony aroma remained in the room that couldn't be dissipated. He looked at the time and it was already past evening. He Yunting's room was very neat and tidy, so neat that there was no aura of fireworks, the same as the stereotype he gave, boring and tedious. Of course, after knowing the impression of him as not stereotypical, from Lin Han's perspective, there was a different image. All the things were neatly arranged, only the most commonly used items had a few traces of use, the rest were like decorations, aggrieved to be displayed. Today, he was called over by Lu Anhei at noon, and he hadn't had any nutrients, nor any dinner yet. Even if he slept comfortably, he couldn't hide the fact that he was a little weak. Lin Han propped himself up to help He Yunting simply make the bed, and picked up the gloves on the couch that he had taken off and put them back on. He had just gotten up when he heard the sound of the door lock rattling, and looked sideways to see that He Yunting had returned. He Yunting had taken a shower. His hair was a bit disheveled and looked a bit softer than before, a few strands of unruly silvery hair rested on his forehead, against his eyebrows. The previous coldness and detachment were less. He was wearing his regular jacket and his shirt had been changed, and he regained his composure. He Yunting had a calm face and was carrying his dinner and a nutritional supplement that he brought from the internal affairs team. There was a momentary silence when their eyes met. But Lin Han soon blinked first and called him, General. Yeah, He Yunting came closer, put the dinner on the table, and handed Lin Han the supplements, here you go. Thank you. Lin Han obediently took it and found that the lid had been thoughtfully unscrewed by He Yunting, and he didn't even need to exert himself. He didn't like the taste of the nutrient very much this time. There was nothing to say about the taste of such things as nutrients, which taste was difficult to swallow. Plus Lin Han just woke up, his throat was dry. So swallowing was still a little difficult, and the uncomfortable feeling made Lin Han frown. When He Yunting saw it, he was stunned for a moment before he clumsily poured a glass of water and placed it next to Lin Han. Lin Han took a sip to moisten his throat, which he could barely swallow, and threw the nutritional supplement package into the trash. He glanced at He Yunting next to him, who had some doubts in his eyes, but didn't know how to ask, and at first glance looked a bit hesitant and clumsy. Lin Han took the initiative to explain, I'm not in good health. If I don't use nutrition, my body will be weak all the time, and even affect my work. He Yunting's taut lips eased a few points after getting the answer, then nodded. Oh. After 2 seconds. He Yunting was afraid that Lin Han would get cold when he just woke up, so he turned on the heater in the room, loosened the wind discipline buttons of his uniform, took off his jacket and hung it up, and unbuttoned one more before sitting down again. He still didn't seem very good at communicating with people, even knowing what had happened between the two a few hours ago. I didn't mark you. Hyunting's voice didn't sound as muffled as it had earlier. Don't worry. Don't be afraid, he added. Are you okay? Lin Han looked at him and lost his smile. Obviously he should be the one who wasn't in a good state now, but he wanted to come and tell him at the first opportunity not to be afraid. I'm fine. I slept well, Lin Han said. In general, he asked, how are you doing? Lin Han actually wanted to ask if the susceptible period was really better. Lu Anhei said last time he stayed alone for 3 days, would it take that long this time too? Although he knew an omega-releasing pheromones could make the susceptible period of an alpha get relief, but after all, it was also the first time he had encountered such a thing. How much to release or how long it lasts, Lin Han didn't know. He had heard that the higher the pheromone fit, the better the effect between the alpha and omega, but such things needed data to determine and Lin Han didn't have any, so it wasn't good to ask. Much better. Hyunting turned his head to look at him. The scattered hair in front of his forehead made his pupils look distinctly gentle at the moment, almost unlike the high, cold and icy Imperial General. Actually Mr. Lin didn't have to come. I would have been fine. Hyunting's brows furrowed, and the light in his eyes then covered half of them, almost reluctantly saying, I will be fine in a day or two. But Hyunting originally couldn't speak, and if he had to, he would hide his emotions. So Lin Han actually heard some aggravation in these words. This recognition made his eyes curl up. Lieutenant Colonel Lu didn't force me to come. I agreed to do it myself. Oh. Thank you. Hyunting said thank you swiftly. Hyunting thought for a moment and added, my pheromone fit with Mr. Lin should be high. Lin Han's eyelashes twitched and froze for a moment. Although he had just thought about issues related to compatibility, these issues were considered private and weren't a topic between any two people who were less familiar as an alpha and omega. And usually to determine the pheromone fit of an alpha and omega pair, most of them were married lovers or shared marks. But their relationship wasn't too high nor too low, yet Hyunting actually said this so frankly. Lin Han used to think he wasn't very social, but now compared to Hyunting, he seemed to be normal. Maybe, Lin Han said. Hyunting didn't answer, perhaps because he didn't know what to answer. He simply pointed to the dinner on the table. Lin Han nodded. Brought this for me, yes. The only difference from yesterday was that Lin Han looked at the lunch box and asked, does the general's meal today have no caramel? He managed to see the Imperial General stiffen and then continued to sit down as if nothing had happened, and he gave a as if acknowledging the fact that he was substituting the dish for him. It's too sweet. Oh, probably because Lin Han was in a good mood now. The frosty Hyunting in the eyes of others wasn't the same in his eyes at all, so he continued. So General thinks caramel is too sweet. It was also a first for Lin Han to taste the scent of his own pheromone. It's not. No, this time Hyunting was quick to deny, as if he felt he had said something wrong and wanted to correct it, but didn't know where to start. Lin Han briskly raised his eyes to look at him, only to see the corners of Hyunting's lips pursed. The expression on his face could be called cold, but Lin Han just felt like he read a hint of indifference. Mr. Lin is, Hyunting paused, sweet. Lin Han couldn't resist the blush on his face. He dropped this stone at his own feet. Lin Han suddenly had an illusion of being a bully, and Hyunting, like an innocent and pure person, was being pressed by him to give an answer. This perception tickled Lin Han's heart and gave rise to some bold ideas for no reason. Although he had spent more time dealing with mecha than people over the past few years, it didn't mean he knew nothing about these things. The first meeting with Hyunting wasn't pleasant, but in the following time, Lin Han felt that this man wasn't quite the same as his first impression. He always looked cold. But sometimes he had a finer mind than anyone else. He couldn't talk, but always did a lot. Lin Han recalled the earlier hug, and the other man's murmuring in his ear during the drowsiness. He said that it would hurt. Thinking about this, Lin Han couldn't help but look at Hyunting, who was sitting next to him. He didn't know what Lin Han was thinking, nor did he know that he actually had no secrets in front of him. His appearance was still cold. But Lin Han knew that it wasn't like that. Lin Han wasn't someone who would keep things to himself all the time, much less hold himself in. And Hyunting was still a person who was really uncommunicative. Lin Han looked at his gloved hands. The moment he put his palms on He Yunting's back earlier, he almost suspected that his ability had disappeared. Thinking about it, Lin Han pondered. Might as well just ask for proof himself. General, Lin Han didn't bother with dinner, took off his gloves. Smiled at He Yunting. Reached out and waved his hand in front of him. Do you like me? Chapter 24. Lin Han's tone was natural, as if he was asking how the weather was today. He Yunting's eyebrows twitched and he still looked calm, as if he had just heard a question about the weather. But He Yunting was a little puzzled. Mr. Lin has a cleanliness problem, so why did he suddenly take off his gloves in front of him? Mr. Lin also smiled at him. Mr. Lin had just slept in his bed. Mr. Lin hugged him for a long time earlier. Mr. Lin, he was very nice. Mr. Lin asked him if he liked him. Of course. These words in He Yunting's head right now didn't seem that way to Lin Han. What was He Yunting thinking right now? Why did He Yunting show a puzzled expression? When did He Yunting move him to his bed? He Yunting's susceptible period suddenly came, so he hugged him, and he just didn't push him away. He Yunting isn't so bad. So Mr. Lin then intended to read his heart. He Yunting's mind began to run at high speed, trying to find evidence of his liking for Lin Han from the above-mentioned pile of conditions. His eyes showed a rare look of confusion. As if he couldn't define these two simple words. His life seemed to be filled with other things, various combat skills, driving training, tactical strategies. But only the tip of his heart was still empty. Because he was too careful, he didn't even know how to fit a person, to place him in that soft place, to protect him from the wind and rain, for him to be invincible. He Yunting couldn't distinguish between these various emotions, so instead of asking him to give a result now, he might as well go to the training ground to practice. But no matter what, Mr. Lin was definitely different. He was different from the first moment he saw him. Lin Han watched He Yunting's every move. From the change in his eyelashes and pupils when he first heard the words, to the confusion that slowly appeared on his face a few seconds later, he took it all in. In fact, he wasn't sure. In other words, he suddenly asked this question, also with the nature of a test, or rather, a little teasing. This wasn't a word that anyone would believe. An engineer who specialized in mecha, relying on his own mind-reading skills, wanted to bully the noble imperial general. But He Yunting hadn't been able to give an answer, so Lin Han's heart suddenly felt bottomless. He even felt that he had changed, never cared before, but now wanted to find out what was going on. He Yunting's mind made him become less calm, or the hug before made him have other thoughts. When did he actually want to use mind reading to spy on others and ask such questions? Lin Han had no reason to feel guilty, but really wanted to know the answer. He leaned forward, pulling in the distance from He Yunting, and pretended to get his dinner, his fingers inadvertently brushing the back of He Yunting's hand. And at this moment, He Yunting also opened his mouth. Lin Han saw his own reflection in the other's eyes, pure and clear. He flinched a little, just about to give up this irrational thought. I don't know. I don't know. But Mr. Lin's pheromone is so sweet. His voice and heart sounded in Lin Han's ears at the same time, and then overlapped. Lin Han jerked his hand away in a sudden panic. I don't know. And He Yunting, very honestly, decided to repeat his first inner thought again. Only then did Lin Han feel the bitterness of self-inflicted sin, and he lowered his eyes. No longer looking at himself in He Yunting's eyes. Whether from the words of He Yunting's mouth or the thoughts of his heart, putting pheromones aside, He Yunting still didn't have a definite answer. Lin Han didn't know what others were like, just felt a strange sense of loss fiercely. What was this? Frivolousness. But He Yunting hadn't said he liked him in the first place, it was him who asked first. I see, he said, smiling at He Yunting, I was just wondering. General. Don't take it to heart. Lin Han picked up the dinner that He Yunting brought for him and stood up. I will go to my room then. If the general has any work-related matters, you can ask Lieutenant Colonel Liu to let me know. I will be at your beck and call. He was in a bit of a mixed mood, and even began to have a subtle hint of displeasure, which should be angry at the fine calculations, but he was mad at himself. Angry at himself for not being calm enough, for losing his mind. Oh, He Yunting. who was completely unaware of Lin Han's journey at this moment and instead still felt that his answer was very honest, nodded his head. Okay. When Lin Han was about to turn around and leave, He Yunting called him again, Mr. Lin. Quote. Can't I contact you directly? Lin Han didn't know He Yunting's current brain circuit and was confused. I mean, for work matters, I don't need to go through Lu Anhe. Can't I contact you directly? He Yunting said a rare long sentence to express his confusion. Lin Han. Huh. Seeing Lin Han dazed, He Yunting also added, because today I'm really thankful to Mr. Lin. Lin Han opened his mouth. It's fine. He Yunting asked again, so can I contact you directly? He thought. After hugging, their relationship should be a little closer. Lin Han remained frozen in place. So, Lin Han's heart's nameless fire, after He Yunting's words, which were like a small fire extinguisher, were poofing constantly, and finally the small fire was put out. Whatever. Lin Han went back to his room. After the first round of selection was over, the special mecha master could finally be activated. And Lin Han's job was to overhaul the mecha that needed to be driven by the recruits before the second round of selection began, and to repair them whenever necessary. Sometimes the mecha's programming or operation had to be temporarily rewritten according to each individual's needs and mental strength. This wasn't a difficult task, because the mecha for the recruits wouldn't be an exclusive advanced mecha, but the key was that there were many batches and types of mecha, which were tedious and detailed. And the mecha master must be familiar with each mecha in order to accurately know the repair parts and quickly adjust them. Lin Han started working on this project the next day. When he first faced the newcomers, many people's eyes went straight to the fact that such a beautiful Omega was a specially hired mecha engineer. But after all, they were still on He Yunting's turf, so they didn't dare to say anything. At most, there were a few bold ones who weren't afraid to look at Lin Han when he came over, and then they were successfully criticized by the instructor by name, and finally turned into a record of demerits and handed over to He Yunting. So at the end of the selection process the next day, in addition to eliminating another group of people, He Yunting looked at the string of records in his hand with a grim expression and wrote down all the names in his head one by one. Lin Han himself didn't care about the eyes of others, only concerned about his own work. After the completion of his work, he went back to the office prepared for him in the base, and then came out when there were new emergencies. These past 2 days he didn't talk to He Yunting. Originally, they had different statuses, so if one of them insisted, there really was nothing to talk about. Although Lin Han allowed He Yunting to contact him directly, and not through Lu Anho. He Yunting had been really busy these 2 days, and Lu Anho still became the messenger between the two people. Mr. Lin became more and more courteous, while the boss was more impersonal. The relationship between the two gradually receded to the state of almost strangers. Especially He Yunting. These 2 days he transformed into a workaholic. There was even a day he went directly down to the first base inspection, with a cold face pulled out several alpha recruits, who didn't really make any big mistakes, and designated a few training sessions for them, which if they failed, would have them immediately packed up and eliminated. Whether it was true or not, the base recruits were silent. And no newcomers dared to covet that exquisite-looking Omega in the mecha division anymore. There were also private rumors that the general really had a cold face and cold heart, and he was very scary. Today's Lin Han also finished his work early before planning to return to his room. He clearly felt that when he passed by the group of newcomers, no one dared to stick their eyes on him anymore. Lin Han lamented in his heart that the selection was really harsh. But when he thought of harshness, he had to think of He Yunting. This thought disturbed him a bit, perhaps because of the ambiguous hug, or his curiosity that made him ask, which eventually ended up in a disagreement between the two. But he probably understood why Lu Anhe could follow the other man for so long, and hide snacks under his nose. And sometimes call him boss, not too respectfully. He Yunting's appearance actually didn't fully represent him personally, just as Lin Han wouldn't have expected a few days ago. That this man would be with an almost helpless confusion, just wanting to beg him for a hug. Still, He Yunting didn't smile. Nor did he like him. Lin Han waved these inexplicable thoughts away from his mind and walked back alone after finishing his work. The base was huge, and he was a little irritable, so he decided to go back later and wander around the base. He was wearing the white uniform of the institute, so even if no one knew his name, they could still guess his identity. When a soldier saw him, he saluted respectfully, and Lin Han nodded his head in greeting. The base was new to Lin Han, and he wandered around alone for a long time, seeing many new things, finally feeling better, before he started to walk back. As a result, before he could walk a few steps, he met an acquaintance. Mr. Lin. Lin Han turned his head in response to the sound. Mr. Lin. What a coincidence. The man wearing a pair of old-styled glasses saw Lin Han come over, and even pulled his uniform logo. I'm the teacher General found for you to teach you to dance, do you remember? Lin Han was silent for a moment. I remember. I heard from the base next door that you were here, but I never saw you. The teacher's behavior was much more natural than before, because he was in the base. Lin Han was just about to say a few words when he heard the man continue to ask, so is Mr. Lin going to continue learning to dance? He didn't expect this person to be so persistent. No. I don't think so. Oh. That's a shame. The teacher cared about this matter firmly and sounded quite regretful. Lin Han looked at him and suddenly recalled the way He Yun Ting had clumsily taught him at the dinner party that day. He looked down and pondered for a moment, but finally hesitated to speak. Wait a minute. The teacher turned around. What is it, Mr. Lin? General He. Lin Han spoke slowly, took a breath with his tongue against his palate, and adjusted his tone before continuing. He asked you to teach me, but did he also learn? Lin Han remembered that the last thing he said when he sent this man out the door was to tell him to teach He Yun Ting first and then come back to him. This man was also straightforward. He said whatever he was asked, and the general didn't put a gag order on him anyway, so he told everything. Yes. I relayed what Mr. Lin said to the general when I got back that day. But these days he's too busy to have time. He was attending my lessons the first few days. Lin Han was stunned. He's really learning from you. Yes, the other nodded. I really didn't expect General to want to learn this, but I taught him anyway. He has no basic knowledge at all, but he's working very hard. I see. Lin Han pushed the tip of his nose with his index finger. I'll go back first then. Lin Han walked alone on the way back to the first base. He felt that he was still smart. But he just couldn't figure out He Yun Ting. He obviously didn't like him, but he used a poor excuse to invite him to come, and moreover, he really went to learn dancing. What did he learn to do? It was really not for a chance to have a relationship with him in the future. But Lin Han quickly denied this idea. He was a noble imperial general. Even if it wasn't for him, he would often go to such occasions in the future. It seemed that learning to dance wasn't meaningless. But if it was based on the condition that it has nothing to do with him learning to dance, Lin Han found himself not only relaxed, but even more blocked. What exactly did he want to do? He clearly didn't like him. Lin Han also didn't understand his own thoughts. He had always been calm and didn't get angry with people, and he felt there was no need for that. It was he who had to take off his gloves to listen to He Yun Ting's heart, and now he was the one who was torn. Even after he reacted, he found that he had actually walked up to the door of He Yun Ting's room. Lu Anhei said, recently every day after 5 o'clock He Yun Ting would not be in the command room, but would go back to his own room. So Lin Han, if he needed anything, could go directly to him. This sentence sounded like a hint, but Lin Han hadn't come once in the past few days. And now, he was standing at the door. Lin Han's mind was in turmoil, his heart was clogged. And there was a wave of nameless emotions that came from nowhere. He relieved himself and kept giving himself excuses. He needed an answer and wanted to ask He Yun Ting why. There were many questions. And he would get He Yun Ting's answer one way or another. Lin Han took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Who is it? A male voice came from inside, and Lin Han recognized it as Lu Anhei. It's me. Lin Han. The room was quiet for a long time before Lu Anhei said, haha, twice, wait. I'm coming. Lin Han listened to the sound of footsteps coming closer to him, and the tension in his heart actually began to rise. He felt like he had come to ask for a favor, but he couldn't say he was angry, and what's more, He Yun Ting had clearly done him no wrong. But if he didn't come, Lin Han thought, his heart would probably be blocked even longer. Consider himself capricious. Lin Han pursed his lips and waited for the door to open in front of him. Lin Han hadn't seen He Yun Ting for days. In the minute he waited for the door to open, his mind was still wondering how he was going to ask, where to start, because even he himself didn't know what answer he wanted. According to this reasoning, he shouldn't be angry. But he recalled the man's words. And He Yunting's cold tone of, I don't know. He felt a little bit uncontrollable and a strange irritation rose up in his heart for no reason. These emotions were even a bit strange to Lin Han. And even he himself didn't understand how to deal with them. So there was only one way left, find He Yunting. The door opened with a bang. He Yunting's room was very dark. The moment the light and shadow staggered, Lin Han didn't see anyone right away. But when he looked at it clearly, he saw Lu Anhei walking out with the medicine change box, which was stained with a little bit of dried blood. He Yunting was putting on his shirt, not moving much. And his entire body carried a familiar cold aura. Hello. Mr. Lin. Lu Anhei greeted with a mid-air wave, then walked out squarely without looking at them, closed the door for them, and fled the scene like lightning after leaving Lin Han and He Yunting's line of sight. Lin Han took a few steps forward. His lips tightly pursed. The shirt He Yunting had changed into was still stained with blood, which reminded Lin Han of the horrible wound on his right shoulder. But He Yunting's expression still looked calm. The wound was obviously deep, but he never changed his face. That was why this person was really strange. Lin Han kept flashing back to the shoulder injury he saw that day, and then compared it to He Yunting, who didn't say a word at the moment, and some emotion overtook his desire to come to him for an answer and rushed straight to his mind. When Lin Han walked up to He Yunting, he wanted to say, how's your injury, has it gotten better? He was too late to ask for an answer. The only thing left on his retina was the other party's deep wound. His heart felt like it had been stabbed by something, and those unexplainable emotions before he came faded away silently, as his entire person gradually calmed down. He looked at He Yunting's right shoulder, eyelashes trembled a little, his eyebrows furrowed, his tone trembling at the end as he said, does it hurt? The author has something to say. Han Han, aggravated the old he, aggravated chapter 25. After seeing the current He Yunting, Lin Han's previous thoughts vanished into thin air. He began to think that he had just arrived at the base in the last couple of days and was bewildered. Probably because he was frequently reading He Yunting's mind, it made him also have a different attitude towards him, wanting to understand more, wanting to explore more. He relied on the fact that he must be different in He Yunting, so he couldn't help but want to use this ability to explore something else. Even though he knew that in the matter of reading minds, He Yunting didn't even have the right to refuse. He didn't think about whether he wanted to be probed by him, whether he was willing to talk to him. People were inherently complex creatures, and even though everyone called for sincerity, they wouldn't reject the rose woven from lies and falsehoods. But He Yunting didn't know this. He didn't even have the chance to lie, let alone remain honest, even though it was really hard for him to communicate with people. Lin Han adjusted his breathing in the quiet air, and all those irrational cells chilled. When he looked into He Yunting's blue eyes again, he finally turned back into his sober self. He Yunting had many different identities. There were those Lin Han had faced, and those Lin Han knew nothing about. He could be the one who was clumsy when facing him, or the one who swore loyalty to the empire under the gaze of millions of admirers. He could be someone who couldn't even dance but leapt at the chance to teach him, or he could be the cold-hearted leader who said, no, on the base training ground. He could be many different things, but no matter which one he was, He Yunting was He Yunting. He didn't need to be swayed by him, nor did he need to let him read minds. And the answer of whether he liked him or not was another topic. Lin Han silently moved his gaze from the other's eyes, back to the wound. He had only one thought now. He only wanted to ask if his right shoulder injury was still painful. After thinking about this, Lin Han's entire body was much more relaxed. He also finally returned to his old self. Lin Han didn't go any further, but only looked at He Yunting from a polite social distance. He asked again, does it hurt? He Yunting's hand movement froze. After putting on his shirt, he got up again and took his jacket and put it on, until he was back to being the same as when he first met Lin Han, haughty and aloof. Yet rejecting. He didn't need anyone to know about the injury, he was still the same radiant man. It's okay. This time He Yunting didn't say directly that it didn't hurt. Lin Han was about to say that's good when he heard He Yunting add, it's not very painful. The wound is much better. But the medicine has been changed, so Mr. Lin doesn't need to see it. This sentence conveyed another potential meaning to Lin Han, and if the wound wasn't wrapped, he could even show it to Lin Han. He Yunting seemed to be eager to prove to Lin Han that he really didn't hurt very much. Lin Han nodded his head, but inside he felt a little more guilty fiercely. He shouldn't have rashly asked the question of whether he liked him or not, let alone create those undefinable emotions after that. Even if he tried to use that hug during He Yunting's susceptible period as an excuse, there was no way to fully excuse himself. Lin Han looked down at his own white-gloved hands and finally curled his eyes at He Yunting, while the tips of his eyebrows were tinted with the usual light mildness. The first 2 days I wasn't quite adapted to the base, I troubled you. Lin Han smiled at He Yunting. Today I came to talk to the general about this. He Yunting seemed to be not expecting Lin Han to come to talk about this, and gave a very slow, "Oh." The relationship between the two had taken a step backwards. Lin Han stopped having any feeling about the answer. And He Yunting didn't continue to take him into his arms without any reason like he did during his susceptible period. Lin Han thought, it's true that crossing the boundary will make people lose their mind. Then General. Both of them opened their mouths again at the same time. Lin Han politely let He Yunting speak first. I'm out of caramel. He Yunting's eyes wandered for a moment as he spoke. Lin Han opened his mouth, not knowing how to reply for a moment. He saw He Yunting's lips move a little, as if he wanted to add something, and his upper and lower lips parted slightly, but eventually became flat again. But Lin Han vaguely recognized that the other party's mouth shape was S. Combined with He Yunting's expression at this moment, he should want to say, sorry. Lin Han felt like his heart had been pinched again, and when he thought back to those thoughts in the corridor, he didn't even understand where they had started. He Yunting wanted to apologize to him. This knowledge alone made Lin Han's face burn a little. Lin Han was busy saying, it's okay, I didn't mean anything else. If General likes it, there's no need to take too much into consideration. He listened and looked at Lin Han again. The base meal isn't rich, He Yunting suddenly said. The topic changed a bit quickly. Lin Han couldn't follow it at first, and didn't understand why He Yunting suddenly began to criticize the base's diet, which wasn't the most familiar place for him. Lin Han's eyelashes moved a little, as he answered honestly, I think it's pretty good. He Yunting was silent again for a few moments. And when he spoke again his voice was clearly different from earlier. He seemed to want to become less cold, to make his tone milder. But He Yunting hadn't smiled many times in all his years, so he didn't know how to do it, so what came to Lin Han's ears was an odd but softened tone. His voice was low and he spoke a little slower than before, here. I don't have any, but you can go to Lu Anhe. Is there some kind of mission? It's not a mission. He Yunting finally barely found a new speed of speech suitable for this moment, and it flowed much better after he spoke again. He seemed to want to try to lift the corners of his lips, but he was afraid that his expression would scare Lin Han, so he finally had to give up. Where Lu Anhe lives, there are a lot of snacks. He Yunting said, you can go to him and he will give some to you. Last time I gave you snacks, you didn't get angry again, so this time, can I cunningly do the same trick again? Lin Han was stunned. It turned out that he had already seen that he had other emotions, but still wanted to tell him so that he wouldn't be angry. This time Lin Han didn't hesitate, and with a smile under his eyes, he said sincerely, I'm really not angry, General. After saying goodbye to He Yunting, Lin Han's heart was much brighter. Even the nightly supplements became less difficult to swallow, and he finally got a good night's sleep after 2 days of bed problems. The next day Lin Han finished washing up and just changed his clothes to get ready for work, when there was a knock on the door of his room. Lu Anhe had all kinds of snacks in his hand and brought them to Lin Han with a smile. Good morning, Mr. Lin. Lin Han looked at the things in his hand and wanted to laugh. General told me to come to you. And he didn't really like snacks that much. Lu Anhe said. But today boss warned me that there are too many snacks in my room, and if I don't clean some up, I will be docked money. His tone was very pleasant and he didn't sound scared at all. Lin Han took it, thanked him, and remembered the tone of He Yunting's voice when he said this yesterday, and his mood lifted. No thanks needed. I also want to thank Mr. Lin for saving me from punishment. 2 birds with 1 stone. Lu Anhe, who successfully solved the snack issue, waved at Lin Han. Then I'll go to the command room first, see you later. Lin Han watched as Lu Anhe hummed a little song and walked away, putting away the snacks he brought over and heading out the door as well. He didn't need to go to the base first today, but went to the mecha library to confirm the function of several of the batches. The mecha depot and the selection bases were in two directions, closer to the logistics team. And it was early in the morning. So most of the people at the bases were either in morning training or being reassigned to the first and second bases to collaborate with the pilot selection. The further Lin Han walked, the fewer people he encountered. About halfway to the mecha library, Lin Han passed through the corridor and unexpectedly heard a familiar voice calling him. Mr. Lin from the Institute. Lin Han didn't expect to meet this person, as he wasn't supposed to be here at this time. He bowed respectfully to the other party. General's adjutant just left for the command room, you can go straight there if you want to find them. Mr. Lin. Thank you, Wen Tianyao said with a smile. I was bored before I came here, and I don't talk to too many people. If Mr. Lin could lead the way, that would be best. Lin Han, who had been a bit of an axle when it came to work, first smiled politely along, but I have to go to the mecha library now. Wen Tianyao gave a somewhat contrived, I'm not in a hurry, and I'm also quite curious about the mecha library. Mr. Lin, if you don't mind me staying on the sidelines, you can also take me to see it. Lin Han frowned invisibly. He felt that there was something odd. Wen Tianyao was very gentlemanly and made a gesture of invitation to Lin Han. He also said, the general said Mr. Lin has a cleanliness fetish, so you don't have to take off your gloves. Lin Han's heart fluttered. He Yunting's wound hadn't healed yet. And the reason why it had become difficult to heal was because he had been set up at the prince's dinner party. If it was possible. Lin Han hooked his lips, respectfully took off his gloves and put his palm up. No matter. It's also an honor for me to shake hands with His Highness the Prince. This is the Omega he Yun Ting has his eye on. Maybe it would be easier to start with him. Lin Han's ears rang with Wen Tianyao's voice. He thought, maybe he could really help He Yun Ting. The author has something to say. When I wrote the last chapter, I thought it was pretty smooth. I just wanted to write that Han's heart was in turmoil before he had thoughts that didn't match his daily demeanor, but the last few sentences were a bit problematic and looked a bit OOC, so I've changed it. Chapter 26. Lin Han's face didn't change, only the tip of his eyebrows gently raised, the tone of his voice sounding a little surprised. Although Wen Tianyao's first sentence made him feel a bit complicated, the second sentence was the focus now. He wasn't surprised that Wen Tianyao had something else in mind, but for the time being, he didn't know what the so-called start from him meant. Lin Han showed a difficult look, but Wen Tianyao seemed to interpret his difficulty as constraint and awkwardness, and took the initiative to say, of course. It's okay if you don't want to, no pressure. This was usually called a retreat to advance, after all. With his status and position, if under normal circumstances he offered to back down, then the other would usually be in a sorry mood because of his understanding, and would instead recommit. But all this presupposed that Lin Han's hand wasn't on his hand. The prince's palm had a sticky feeling, which made Lin Han feel a little uncomfortable. Lin Han smiled lightly after listening to the other party's self-righteous heartfelt speech, withdrew his hand, and spoke again with a point of gratitude in his voice, then thank you. Your Highness, I will go alone. Wen Tianyao's face obviously changed. As if he didn't expect things to develop differently from what he had brainstormed, but still maintained his poise and could only go along with it, okay. Lin Han nodded to Wen Tianyao, and turned his head to leave. He wasn't worried about what Wen Tianyao would do to him at this moment, maybe he just wanted to use him as a pawn. Now Wen Tianyao was alone, and in He Yunting's territory. If he still remembered his identity, he wouldn't act rashly. Mr. Lin, when Lin Han was about to leave, Wen Tianyao really opened his mouth again. When I studied in the Imperial Army University, I also dabbled in a little bit of related knowledge, so I have some curiosity, and want to ask Mr. Lin, but don't want to disturb your work. Quote. Lin Han put away the smile. Even the extra expression didn't want to appear on his face, okay. Lin Han went into the mecha library. He lightly opened the door, and didn't specifically greet Wen Tianyao, only busying himself. When did Mr. Lin come to the base? During Lin Han's break, Wen Tianyao who seemed to be interested in both mecha and Lin Han, asked. Only a few days ago. Lin Han said, I'm not familiar with the area yet. Wen Tianyao then casually touched on a few more topics, and Lin Han replied casually, looking a bit perfunctory. But Wen Tianyao didn't seem to care. Lin Han continued to work on his own. After all, it was a mecha for new recruits, and many of its features were a bit old, but the internal procedures and parameters could still be used with a few changes. After a while, Lin Han arrived in front of a tall mecha, the 10th generation QT, one of the contributors to the battle with the Zerg that year. From this generation, the Institute began to experiment with establishing a link between the mecha hub and the pilot's mental energy, which could significantly improve combat performance and also reduce consumption. This mecha looked like it hadn't been used for a long time, so there shouldn't have been a problem anywhere, and the pilot himself hadn't sent it in for inspection because of something, and the mecha system was updated quickly, so it was put on hold. After all, Lin Han couldn't have been more familiar with the design, and after getting into the cockpit and tossing it around, he managed to start the mecha. 10th generation QT, number M2764, ignition complete. Fuselage activated, AI hub on. Cockpit ready, please instruct. Lin Han was just about to open the self-test, but as soon as his hand touched the screen, Wen Tianyao's voice came from beside him in a cold tone. Is this the mecha that annihilated many Zerg back then? Lin Han originally let him in because he wanted to know what he had planned for him and for He Yunting, but his work was interrupted so he couldn't help but frown, not understanding why Wen Tianyao didn't have anything to say. Wen Tianyao also entered the cockpit, saw the movement of Lin Han's hands and said, I heard that this was designed by Mr. Lin at that time, it's really impressive. If a normal person was praised by the Imperial Prince, he would probably be overjoyed. Lin Han stopped his hand to continue the overhaul, but didn't answer. He felt that Wen Tianyao would continue talking. As expected, Wen Tianyao continued. It's a pity that I didn't get to join the general's expedition back then, but I'm still a bit excited to see it now. The topic of conversation finally led to He Yunting. Lin Han pretended to be interested, Your Highness also drives a mecha. I've learned. I know a little bit. Wen Tianyao didn't seem to intend to talk about it, I just thought of that battle back then. At that time, my father and the old men of the council forbade me to go, so I had to wait for the good news. Honestly, that has always been a regret in my heart. Lin Han gave a, Speaking of which, Wen Tianyao's tone suddenly became strange. There's another reason why General He won the battle back then, does Mr. Lin know? When Lin Han and Wen Tianyao came out of the mecha library together, it was just about lunchtime. This time Wen Tianyao didn't pick a less crowded place to walk, so many soldiers saw him and immediately saluted nervously, while Wen Tianyao smiled and responded one by one, successfully gaining many flattered looks. He was really as he was portrayed to be, not a strict person, and very easygoing. Lin Han walked behind him. Wen Tianyao said he was going to the command room to find He Yunting, and politely offered to let Lin Han join him. In the mecha library, Wen Tianyao spoke to Lin Han in a tone of reminiscence. He said He Yunting was brave and resourceful, but they were all irrelevant topics. And seemed to really just come to chat casually with Lin Han to pull in the relationship. Everyone said that Wen Tianyao was from the neutral faction like He Yunting, neither warming up to the idea of establishing diplomatic relations with Zerg like the peacemakers, nor thinking about how to use force to solve the problem like the radicals. And it was true that Wen Tianyao didn't mention any of the factions by name, but just praised He Yunting, saying that one of the reasons for winning the battle was that He Yunting intercepted some of the opponent's intelligence in advance, thus killing them all. But what the intelligence itself was, and where it came from, Wen Tianyao didn't mention. If Lin Han didn't have the ability to read minds, then today's chat would have looked like nothing more than a down-to-earth prince chatting about the glorious past to the Empire's excellent mecha masters. Unfortunately, Lin Han heard the name of another person at the end by asking Wen Tianyao to hand him a tool. Luo Qi, also known as the most active radical in the council. Lin Han couldn't stay too long after all, but he could barely hear a thing or two from Wen Tianyao's words. But strangely enough, what Lin Han originally wanted to know was why someone would try to assassinate He Yunting at the dinner party, but that didn't show up in Wen Tianyao's mind. Could it be that this incident really had nothing to do with him? What was certain, though, was that Wen Tianyao wasn't a neutral person. He was a radical through and through, just like Luo Qi. He wanted to pull him in first, and then starting from him, He Yunting would eventually become a part of their side. As for why they wanted to pull in He Yunting by approaching him in a roundabout way, Lin Han pursed his lips. It turned out that in the eyes of others, he and He Yunting, sure enough, there was an unusual relationship. Lin Han followed Wen Tianyao into the command room. Lu Anhe was eating. And the general, who had an unusual relationship with him in the eyes of the prince, was flipping through the list of promoted recruits in his hand. When they saw Wen Tianyao coming, they both stood up and saluted, while He Yunting put his eyes on Lin Han behind Wen Tianyao. Lin Han took the initiative to explain, I met His Royal Highness on the way to the Mecha Library. Yes. I casually chatted with Mr. Lin for a while. Wen Tianyao naturally took over and said to He Yunting, I commandeered a little of Mr. Lin's time. Does the general mind? He Yunting didn't answer. But his deep eyebrows didn't move away from Lin Han. Luckily, Lu Anhe could talk and lightly chatted with Wen Tianyao and changed the topic. Wen Tianyao also didn't stick to this topic, I just wanted to come and take a look at this year's selection. I also want to know if there are any outstanding newcomers this year. He Yunting raised his eyebrows at hearing this and said nothing else. After all, Wen Tianyao would come at this time every year. He handed the list in his hand to Wen Tianyao and Lu Anhe added, today is the 4th day of the second round. The main selection is the balance ability and basic control ability of the preparatory technicians. Wen Tianyao looked at the list and then looked at the screen behind He Yunting and nodded. But it's lunch time. His Highness the Prince can read the reviews an hour later. There's a break room next door, do you want to take a break first? Lu Anhe suggested, I'll ask the team to bring you lunch. Wen Tianyao said, okay, and walked around Lu Anhe to Lin Han, I'll come back later then. But I had a nice chat with Mr. Lin today. Lin Han smiled politely, me too. His tone sounded sincere. As if he had listened to everything Wen Tianyao had said before and believed that he was a good prince with a neutral stance. Lin Han said, but I have other things to do this afternoon. I'm afraid I can't continue to chat with you. Wen Tianyao was in a very good mood and didn't forget to say goodbye to Lin Han as he walked to the door. It's okay. Mr. Lin's work is important, we can talk later if there's anything. Lin Han nodded his head and offered his hand, okay. Wen Tianyao naturally wanted to maintain his image, and would give Lin Han face, shaking his hand. This beautiful Omega truly is a good liar. Wen Tianyao went to rest first, and Lu Anhe had other things to deal with, so only Lin Han and He Yunting were left in the command room for a while. Lin Han hesitated how to convey the information he knew to He Yunting. After all, what he knew was still too little to be integrated into a complete conclusion. If he abruptly said that Wen Tianyao was a radical, He Yunting might not believe it if he said it without proof. Lin Han hesitated for a moment, but planned to wait until he knew more before finding a compromise way to tell the other side. He saw that He Yunting was still working and couldn't be disturbed, and he hadn't eaten lunch and hadn't used his nutrition, so he planned to tell He Yunting that he would go back first. Then I'll go back to my room too, General, Lin Han said politely. But Wen Tianyao always made him feel uncomfortable, so Lin Han drew a piece of paper and wiped his hands. He Yunting answered after a while, okay. Lin Han somehow felt that He Yunting wasn't in a good mood at the moment, so he tried probing. What's wrong? Nothing. Lin Han didn't expect He Yunting to tell him, so he wasn't angry. Okay. I'll go first then. Wait. Lin Han almost reached the door. He Yunting seemed to hesitate for a moment, but still opened his mouth. Quote. He Yunting's expression was cold, but Lin Han just heard a little bit of aggravation. Mr. Lin has mysophobia. Lin Han was stunned for a moment, not knowing whether to answer or not. He couldn't tell He Yunting the real situation, the real purpose of his initiative to shake hands with Wen Tianyao. Forget it. It's fine, He Yunting said again, like he didn't want to know the answer. He Yunting also walked to the door and extended his hand towards Lin Han. Goodbye, Mr. Lin. Lin Han looked at He Yunting's action and was a bit dazed. He Yunting's action could be said to be abrupt and stiff. Lin Han thought. The last time we said goodbye, we didn't shake hands then. He had delicate features, his white uniform set off his black hair, and his eyes were moist and pure black. When he looked at He Yun-ting with such a stunned expression, his eyes widened slightly. Looking soft and innocent, he was like a clean and white drawing paper, while He Yun-ting was like a starry ink, one stroke was meticulously drawn on by the other. He Yun-ting didn't want to move his gaze away, and his hand was hanging in midair, as if he didn't feel embarrassed. It took Lin Han 2 seconds to grasp He Yun-ting's meaning. He wanted to shake hands with him to say goodbye. Lin Han wasn't wearing gloves now. After all, he had just convinced himself that he shouldn't actively try to understand what He Yun-ting was thinking, and that he shouldn't pry into his thoughts again and again. But now that He Yun-ting had extended his hand to him, Lin Han felt that he couldn't ignore it rigidly. If he refused He Yun-ting, what would happen to him? Would he show a disappointed expression? But He Yun-ting was already a person who couldn't smile, and his face wasn't rich in expression. That's why. If he was happy or sad, it wasn't visible. He Yun-ting saw him hesitate, as if reminding Lin Han, but also as if looking for a step for himself, tensed the corners of his mouth and repeated himself, "Goodbye, Mr. Lin." This sentence was like a watershed. If Lin Han didn't want to, he could just answer, "Goodbye," and leave, but if Lin Han understood He Yun-ting's meaning thinking of this, Lin Han suddenly felt that the person in front of him was somewhat cute. The corners of his mouth were always straight and his face was always cold, always saying the wrong thing and never saying what he wanted. Lin Han blinked. And a little soft warmth suddenly sprang up in his heart. Even though he tried not to make the curve of his lips too pronounced, the smile made the tips of his eyes curve down. He Yun-ting was the one who reached out first, not the one who had to read minds. He repeated himself to him. "Okay. I'll see you later, General." Lin Han pondered for a bit, before shaking his hand. "Are the gun calluses on my hands too rough? Why does he always shake other people's hands? Chapter 27. Lin Han first froze for a moment, then chuckled. Compared to the hands of the pampered prince, He Yun-ting's hands were indeed a bit rougher. It may be because he didn't care about maintenance, or maybe because of a complete lack of time, but He Yun-ting's hands had at least 2 thin calluses. When Lin Han's index finger pressed against them, the not so fine, slightly harder than the surrounding skin touched along the nerves of the fingertips, sending a little bit of strange dullness to his heart. But his hand was warm. And his mind was clean. So Lin Han didn't let go at first, but opened his mouth and called out to He Yun-ting, "General." The other party's deep blue eyes moved to his face. Lin Han wanted to tell him the truth. On one hand he was afraid that He Yun-ting wouldn't believe him, on the other was that even if he did, it would be even more embarrassing when combined with his previous inner thoughts. But he couldn't tell what emotions were at work, and he didn't want He Yun-ting to misunderstand him. So Lin Han took the initiative to touch the calluses on He Yun-ting's hands with his fingers and asked, seemingly inadvertently, "This. Is it from practicing guns and driving mecha?" He saw the light in He Yun-ting's eyes flash for a moment, before he lowered his eyes, and said, How can I get rid of the calluses? Lin Han didn't expect his first reaction to be like this, so there was a momentary hesitation in his thinking, and after a while he said, "General has worked hard." He Yun-ting looked at Lin Han with some confusion and didn't speak. Lin Han felt that such a way of communication was really new. The interlocked hands were the medium of communication between the two, and he would try to talk to He Yun-ting's heart without being misunderstood even if the other person wasn't good at words. Lin Han's tone was soft. "These are proof of General's honor, and I'm proud of you. So he doesn't hate it. Lin Han was relieved to see the misunderstanding lifted, and was just about to withdraw his hand when He Yun-ting's voice came to his ears again. Mr. Lin is so nice. Lin Han, who didn't expect to be suddenly issued a nice guy card. He Yun-ting's inner thoughts were much more straightforward than his own, and this wasn't the first time Lin Han had read them. Fortunately, this time was much better than the previous several times, and Lin Han wasn't angry. He was just about to let go of his hand and say goodbye when there was a loud noise from the door. "By the way, boss, the last time you said that, Lu Anhei pushed the door while carrying milk." A second later, his mouth opened wide uncontrollably. He didn't expect to see such a scene just after entering the door. Mr. Lin had a smile on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were soft and gentle, while his cold white 5 fingers were still on his boss's hand, and although his boss's expression remained unchanged, when he looked down at Mr. Lin, the emotion in his eyes was something he hadn't seen for a long time. The two of them looked at each other in silence. The end was the love tangled around his heart, ambiguous and silent. Lu Anhei felt that his description was excellent. He instantly hissed, then covered his eyes with a milk bottle, quickly turned away from the scene. You guys continue, I suddenly have something. He very thoughtfully closed the door. Although Lu Anhei slipped quickly, the two still let go of their hands at the same time, and each took a step back. This was the first time Lin Han had faced this situation, and felt a rare embarrassment. He subconsciously rubbed the root of his index finger with the belly of his thumb, which had just touched He Yunting's thin callus, without looking into the other's eye. The Omega's body started to get soft due to the lack of lunch and the lack of nutrients, and fatigue and weakness also appeared. Lin Han felt a little sleepy, holding back his tiredness to say goodbye to He Yunting, but he didn't know if it was because he had been working too long, or if it turned out that mind reading was also physically demanding. But he stumbled a little on his legs, his body slipped, and he fell forward uncontrollably. Luckily, He Yunting was quick to pull him, so Lin Han didn't fall and stood up straight again. He Yunting used some force on his hand this time and squeezed Lin Han's wrist. Mr. Lin is so delicate. Mr. Lin, who didn't think he was weak, frowned. He wanted to speak. Luckily, he didn't fall down, otherwise it would have hurt. So Mr. Lin's eyebrows unconsciously soothed a little more. He Yunting let go of Lin Han and looked at him to see that he really didn't rub anywhere else, and then said, Mr. Lin, just rest here. I'll ask someone to bring you some nutrients. Lin Han blinked and wanted to refuse. But his D-ranked physique made Lin Han hesitate. After all, if he walked slowly back to his room again, he might really fall down the corridor because he had no strength. I won't bother Mr. Lin, He Yunting added. As he said that, he was sure that Lin Han would not refuse and tapped his communicator to order someone to send nutrition and lunch over. After all, it was He Yunting himself who sent the communication, and in less than 3 minutes. The head of the internal affairs team knocked on the door and brought in the items he asked for. Lin Han leaned back on the sofa and saw He Yunting pour him a glass of water first, then took the nutrient and unscrewed it before handing it to him. Mr. Lin, have a good rest after eating. He Yunting looked up at the command room. The rest room next door was occupied by Wen Tianyao, and behind him was a complex operating table with various images displayed on a light screen, and the communicator in the command room would also ring from time to time, which wasn't a suitable place for a lunch break. He Yunting pondered for a moment. After a few moments, Lin Han saw He Yunting move the high swivel chair next to the console, and moved it to the highest level in front of the sofa, trying his best to block the light for Lin Han. But a chair couldn't cover anything after all, so after thinking about it, He Yunting found his cloak. The cloak, which was normally only used for important occasions, was now casually unfolded by him and put on the chair, holding a small piece of quiet and dark space for Lin Han. But he was still not satisfied. 2 seconds later, He Yunting unbuttoned his jacket, loosened the collar, and took off his pale blue military jacket, but fearing that Lin Han wouldn't want to, he hesitated for a while before handing it to Lin Han. You can use it to cover up. Summer in the M Galaxy always came late, and now it was March with a bit of spring chill. At this moment, He Yunting only had a shirt left on his body, and Lin Han could almost see the perfect lines hidden under the thin fabric. And he was holding He Yunting's warm jacket in his hand. Lin Han had the illusion that this man, who always had a stern face and looked very unsympathetic, was using all his efforts to take care of him in a clumsy and silent manner. Lin Han never considered himself a delicate Omega. He had been alone since he entered the Imperial Army University, able to finish his studies early, design alone, work alone, and live independently alone. And at this moment he surprisingly didn't want to argue with this idea, because he suddenly coveted this brief care. He took a couple of seconds before making a sound. Thank you. He Yunting gave a low voice, and didn't speak again. Probably because he was really tired, Lin Han thought he would lose sleep. But he was so sleepy that he fell asleep on the sofa after eating the nutrition. During the haze of consciousness, someone came in and out of the command room from time to time, but the sound was very small. And he didn't know if He Yun-ting had specifically ordered it. His body was still covered with the jacket, with the fragrance of ebony, and like a magical sleep aid. He could find a peaceful sleep in the tedious and depressing dream. And finally, he was awakened by another voice. Wen Tianyao didn't notice the quiet corner when he stepped in the door, and once he pushed the door, he raised his voice to greet He Yun-ting, "Good afternoon." "General." Lin Han frowned, but still didn't open his eyes. He didn't know what He Yun-ting had said, and Wen Tianyao's voice was then slightly lowered, "Okay. I understand." Lin Han didn't want to affect He Yun-ting's work because of his own relationship, and was just about to rub his eyes to get up when he heard Wen Tianyao chatting with He Yun-ting, and the topic was still about him. "Mr. Lin is an Omega. It's understandable that his physique is a bit weak," Wen Tianyao said. He couldn't hear He Yun-ting's reply, but only heard a few seconds later when Wen Tianyao spoke again with a little bit of urgency, as if he was sure of something. Wen Tianyao's tone made Lin Han feel uncomfortable, and he said, "Since General is so concerned about Mr. Lin, why don't I help you? After all, I can talk to Mr. Lin." This time Lin Han finally heard He Yun-ting's words. "It's not necessary." He Yun-ting's voice was cold, and no emotion could be detected. "Mr. Lin and I are also quite chatty." Chapter 28. Wen Tianyao probably didn't expect He Yun-ting to say that, not to mention that the words, "quite chatty," were bizarre and impossible to apply to the general. "I didn't mean it like that." He coughed twice to cover his embarrassment, and said, "I just thought I could help. After all, such a good Omega as Mr. Lin is extremely rare in the entire empire, the general shouldn't miss out." Oh, Lin Han heard He Yun-ting say that. For some reason, he heard this very disdainful response mixed with some other emotions, which made him want to laugh. He even wondered what He Yun-ting's expression would be at this time. No, it should be the same cold impatience as always. So Lin Han began to wonder what He Yun-ting was thinking. But He Yun-ting's mind was really inscrutable to him, such as having inappropriate thoughts in inappropriate places. This was when it occurred to Lin Han that instead of talking to He Yun-ting, who was out of his league, it would be better to say that they talked smoothly when they were in physical contact. Wen Tianyao seemed to be very concerned about this matter, but from Lin Han's point of view, he just wanted to deliberately bring himself closer to He Yun-ting, and then work together towards Luo Qi's side. But Lin Han didn't understand. Now Wen Tianyao's reputation among the people was good, and he was a prince. Everyone could foresee his future road, not to mention that in the empire, even if the parliament seemed to be democratic, in the end, the most powerful person was still the emperor. In other words, as long as Wen Tianyao continued to remain neutral until he took the throne, neither the peacemakers nor the radicals could interfere with his choices. Then why did he have to eagerly choose one of the factions when he was still a prince, and a fanatical radical with the aim of destroying the Zerg? This was something Lin Han couldn't figure out. Wen Tianyao seemed to want to compliment Lin Han again, but He Yun-ting didn't even give a this time, just lowered his voice a bit and changed the subject. Wen Tianyao seemed to be looking at something that He Yun-ting handed over to him. After a while, he read a name, the general's selection. "I'm very optimistic about this person." Lin Han had heard of this name in the past 2 days. It was said to be the brightest alpha in this batch of pilot selection. No matter what test they were always the best. He got almost no deductions, and they were far ahead. The second round of selection content was for the pilot's personal physical fitness and balance ability testing. Even now most habitable planets were gravitational. But along with the warship that spent a long time in the universe, as well as a variety of combat uncertainty, overcome weightlessness and continue to operate calmly and accurately in a weightless environment, was a must for pilots. Today's training simulated the cruel graceless environment, the high radiation from the solar system and the excruciating weightlessness. The recruits needed to continue their training in the simulation chamber and complete various levels of operations according to the training requirements. Wen Tianyao looked at a grid of images on the split screen. Many people began to withstand such a virtual environment. Some sat on their knees and shivered, some began to lie on the cabin guardrail and began to vomit, some had shortness of breath and blue lips. The accompanying emergency medical team was in charge of opening the cabin door to carry them away. Only a few people in the virtual cabin still maintained a basic level of calm, and endured all kinds of discomfort to complete the test. Wen Tianyao approached one of the light screens with great interest. He's too good. The screen he looked at was precisely at Chi Jamu that he mentioned before. It was a young alpha. Both his proportions and facial lines were eye-catching. Even now in the virtual extremes, the expression on his face was still very calm. Only during weightlessness and vertigo pressure did he occasionally clench his teeth, but there were no other reactions. Chi Jamu's eyes were firm and his movements were steady. And even though cold sweat oozed from his forehead, the virtual cabin's various instructions would be completed one by one. His score was also the highest in the second round of the test, said Wen Tianyao, if he can persevere until the end. He must be in the general's elite formation. Lin Han had expected Wen Tianyao to talk to He Yun-ting about something he couldn't listen to, but when Wen Tianyao said he was here to take a look, he seemed to be really here to take a look. There were no pointing words and the tone was calm and kind, just as the people of the empire claimed, stay neutral and be loved. Only if Lin Han didn't hear the other side's thoughts today. He Yun-ting was also carefully watching Chi Jamu's every move on the screen and didn't answer Wen Tianyao. Wen Tianyao seemed to be used to his indifference and didn't care, but I heard that General used to be even better than that. He Yun-ting frowned a little. And his eyes were calm and unruffled. And Wen Tianyao added slowly. So it's only natural that Mr. Lin would have a crush on you. Lin Han was suddenly confused by Wen Tianyao's rapid change of topic. He Yun-ting, who was ignoring Wen Tianyao, finally spoke up this time. No, He Yun-ting's tone was low and her tone was emotionless, as if he was sitting on something. Denying Wen Tianyao's words again, Mr. Lin has no such feelings towards me. Lin Han froze for a moment when he heard this. He Yun-ting denied quickly and firmly, so Lin Han didn't know what mood he should be in now. His body stiffened for a moment, and his folded hands moved. He was very light. But because he accidentally touched the epaulettes on He Yun-ting's military jacket, he still made a small sound. Wen Tianyao didn't seem to hear it and tried to speak to He Yun-ting. I just talked a lot with Mr. Lin at the mecha library, and he said. Wait, He Yun-ting interrupted Wen Tianyao, who was still talking confidently, as if he had heard Lin Han move. He was unsure. But stopped anyway. Then Lin Han heard He Yun-ting's footsteps, which belonged to him alone, approaching his side. Lin Han was a little confused and didn't know whether to sit up directly or to close his eyes and pretend to sleep. If he gets up directly, would it embarrass He Yun-ting, and what would Wen Tianyao say? Lin Han hadn't thought clearly, but He Yun-ting's footsteps were already approaching. He didn't have time to think much, but chose to close his eyes and began to calm his breathing. But because of the careless movement just now, Lin Han was a little nervous. The sofa position wasn't spacious, he didn't hold it in his hand, so He Yun-ting's jacket slipped to the floor. The temperature covering Lin Han's body disappeared all of a sudden, and his body suddenly became cold, making him subconsciously curl up, his eyelashes trembling a little because of uneasiness. Wen Tianyao probably saw He Yun-ting walking away and called out in confusion, General. This time He Yun-ting didn't speak, as if he was afraid of disturbing Lin Han. Even with his eyes closed, Lin Han still felt an oppressive aura approaching him. However, once he thought that the other was He Yun-ting, his original tension dissipated. As if he was sure that even if He Yun-ting knew that he had heard their conversation, he wouldn't mind at all. He Yun-ting walked up to Lin Han and stopped. Lin Han was lying on the right side of the sofa, his left hand gently folded over his right hand, a little cold from the loss of He Yun-ting's jacket, his legs gently curled up, trying to draw warmth by shrinking his body a little. He was wearing a pure white uniform, his eyes were tightly closed, his fine black hair fell meekly on his forehead, his lips were slightly open, while his eyelashes seemed to move a little, and he looked a kind of unadulterated innocence. Lin Han didn't know if He Yun-ting wanted to wake him up, and was hesitating what to do when he felt the tall figure in front of him squat down, then pick up his jacket. Pat it gently, before covering Lin Han again. The lost and found warmth and very light ebony fragrance wrapped around him again. He Yun-ting had been worried about Lin Han lifting his clothes again in his sleep, and pulled the jacket up some more. Just when Lin Han thought He Yun-ting was going to leave, he hesitated for a moment, seemingly afraid that he would get cold, and carefully grabbed Lin Han's exposed hand and tucked him back inside the jacket, allowing him to get a peaceful sleep. Mr. Lin looks so cute when he's asleep. Mr. Lin, who was trying to pretend to sleep. But He Yun-ting didn't stay long, and after doing this, he walked back to the console, and only then did he answer Wen Tianyao previous question. Mr. Lin is just a special expert hired by the base. He didn't care about being seen by Wen Tianyao in his actions, but he didn't want Wen Tianyao to presume to guess whether Lin Han had a crush on him. He would rather deny it. Wen Tianyao sounded a bit regretful, but became lighthearted again after seeing He Yunting's attitude towards Lin Han. General doesn't have to be discouraged, Mr. Lin will definitely. It's time for the virtual cabin. This was the second time today that He Yunting interrupted him directly. He Yunting connected to Lu Anhei's communicator, gave a couple of instructions. Said, "I'll be right there," and then coldly said to Wen Tianyao, "Didn't His Highness come to see the selection? I'm going over there now." Wen Tianyao then stopped dwelling on that topic with He Yunting. "Okay." The two of them stopped talking and left the command room a few moments later, one after the other. He Yunting was the last to go. He seemed to hesitate to look at Lin Han, but didn't want Wen Tianyao to talk more. In the end he didn't stop, only closed the door lightly, and then quickly left. When the doorway was quiet again, Lin Han sat up. He didn't know when Wen Tianyao would leave, but he had to find the time to tell He Yunting about it. Lin Han continued to go back to work in the afternoon, but began to pay attention to the words of others, intentionally or unintentionally. Until the end of today's selection, Lin Han went back to his room and finished his dinner, but still had no news whether Wen Tianyao had left the base or not. If he dialed He Yunting's private line directly and Wen Tianyao was still there, it would confirm what he had said. Lin Han glanced at the pale blue jacket beside him, and remembered what Lu Anhei told him. He Yunting was busy all this time, sometimes staying in the command room at night. And He Yunting only had a shirt on him when he left today, so he didn't know if he would be cold and if he had time to go back and get his clothes. Lin Han thought about what Wen Tianyao said today, and his heart was still uneasy. Even if he didn't see that scene, he could feel impatience from He Yunting's tone, and he didn't know what they talked about after they left, and what kind of mood He Yunting was in. Was there disgust? Would he be angry? Or whether he was moved? Thinking about it, Lin Han still couldn't wait until tomorrow, so he grabbed He Yunting's jacket and opened the door to go back. During the break time, many people saw Lin Han and tried to greet him, but he ignored them all and went straight to the command room. Lin Han walked faster and faster, and almost jogged on the way. His physical strength was already bad, and when he reached the door of the command room, he finally couldn't help but hold his knees and pant for a long time. Before he could calm his breathing and knock on the door to the command room opened from the inside. He Yunting, still wearing a thin shirt, finally saw Lin Han with a different look on his face. He Yunting's blue eyes flashed for a moment, then he called his name, Lin Han. Lin Han was still gasping for breath, his throat was a little dry and he couldn't speak for the moment, pushing the jacket in his hand in front of He Yunting. Seeing that He Yunting took it, Lin Han walked into the command room and looked around to make sure there was no third person, then took a moment to finally calm down his breathing. "I came to let me tell the general something. Whatever His Highness said, you have to think about it before you listen." He Yunting looked like he was surprised why Lin Han wanted to talk about this directly with him. "I have something to tell the general." Lin Han also came here on impulse, hadn't even organized his words yet, so he could only speak while looking up with He Yunting. "I can promise you that I will not lie to you. General. Do you trust me?" Chapter 29. He Yunting looked at him. The Omega, who had really poor physical strength, had run over so fast. He could only open his mouth to gasp for air. His face was slightly red, but his eyes were very bright, like pure and precious obsidian. He Yunting stretched out his hand as if he wanted to help Lin Han, but was afraid that his action was too abrupt, and in the end could only continue to keep his face straight. Only a tiny bit of worry leaked out of his blue eyes. But he understood that Lin Han suddenly came to him and must have something to say, so he went over and closed the door of the command room, and made sure that the communication device between the room and the outside world was not turned on, and then said to Lin Han, "What is it?" He didn't ask about Wen Tianyao, nor did he say, or, believe. The word, believe, had hardly ever appeared in He Yunting's life. The words that were engraved in his life were commands and missions, rather than this somewhat indistinct and uncertain emotion. He was decisive. A person who gave orders. Even if Lu Anhei had followed him for the longest time, and could be a little casual in terms of address or in other things, but there was never a compromise on discipline. As with most of the base, his words were orders, no one would disagree, and no one could disobey. As for the empire, whether it was the royal family or civilians, he had been loyal and steadfast and had no other emotions. He was straightforward. And as Lu Anhe sometimes claimed, compared to ordinary people, there were many things missing in him. Therefore, He Yunting didn't quite understand what this term meant, and he was so naturally strict that he couldn't immediately answer yes or no for a while. Even so, when he looked at the person in front of him, something above reason surfaced in his mind, and he almost didn't want to think about it, wanting to reply, yes, immediately, telling him, I believe you. But he couldn't. The people on the other side of the table were of high status, and even if he didn't like Wen Tianyao, he couldn't deny the fact that he would inherit the empire in the future. He wanted to be more loyal to the entire country than to the imperial family. Lin Han saw He Yunting's eye color change and darken, so he reorganized his language. For a not-so-sensible moment, he wanted to tell him that he had the ability to read what the other person was thinking at the moment as long as he reached out and touched them. If He Yunting didn't believe him, he'd grab his hand and read the other person's mind right now, one word at a time. But he couldn't. The other side was such a cold and reserved person, and he read what was in his mind without permission. Not to mention how He Yunting would feel if he knew what he had been thinking. What was more, reading the words of his mind would be like torture to him. This was undoubtedly like stripping all his pride down a little and then stepping on it. Lin Han looked at the other party's blue eyes, and suddenly a lot of intolerant feelings arose. I mean, Lin Han changed the way he spoke. I can tell the general something. Whether or not the general believes it, is up to the general to decide. He still had the gun He Yunting gave him last time on him, and since He Yunting told him that day, Lin Han began to deliberately not use you, one in his words, sometimes replacing it with you, two, sometimes replacing it with general. In order to make He Yunting believe him, Lin Han could only speak in a graver tone. His Royal Highness has come to me before, more than once. Lin Han didn't lie, as he maintained his composure, before he came today. I heard what he said on the communicator at work. He Yunting listened quietly, his eyes focused. To be honest, I did consider whether he was responsible for the assassination at the last dinner party. Lin Han said, I said I would help General before. So I started paying attention. He came to me today and kept mentioning you to me. Lin Han saw He Yunting raise his eyebrows, still keeping his lips tightly closed. There are some processes I'm not at liberty to tell General, but I can vouch for my professionalism and my life. What I say next is true. His Royal Highness found me. Including, Lin Han was just about to say. Including what he said to you about talking to me was a lie, but he quickly realized that to say that would mean admitting the fact that he was pretending to be asleep, and he bit his tongue before replacing it with. Including his position. He's not like a general. He doesn't stay neutral. I heard that he had contact with Mr. Guo. He Yunting instantly became surprised. The assassination may not really have anything to do with him, because his purpose. Lin Han took a breath, stopped to slow down, and continued with some embarrassment. He wanted to use me to get close to General. He thinks you care more about me, and as long as I can be convinced, since I'm also with you and our relationship is close, they can use me. So you the General can join Mr. Guo's side. Lin Han stumbled over these words rather awkwardly. After all, in Wen Tianyao's mind, he and He Yunting were almost a nailed-on pair. He tried to add a few more words, barely able to tell He Yunting all the information he had heard from Wen Tianyao. Lin Han actually only knew some things about these two factions of the council, so he didn't know the deeper relationship, but in any case, he still wanted to tell the other side all that he heard. If he didn't have this ability, things would really go as Wen Tianyao planned. He Yunting would no longer be neutral, the political situation would change. Whether it was good or bad for the empire he couldn't tell. Lin Han finished before calming his breathing and added, that's all I know. I don't know what use this information will be to the general, but I'd be even more upset if I didn't tell you. It's up to the general to believe it or not. I just wanted to come and tell you the truth. He Yunting moved his fingers for a moment, then walked toward Lin Han. I see, he said, I'll think about it. There was no direct statement of belief or disbelief. It would be false to say that he wasn't a bit disappointed, but Lin Han smiled a little and bowed to He Yun-ting. Then I'll leave. Lin Han stood up straight and looked at He Yun-ting. The other party, however, didn't respond. And only after 2 seconds did he hesitate to say, "So did he harm you?" Lin Han first froze for a moment, then quickly understood from He Yun-ting's words who the he was. He wanted to ask him if Wen Tianyao had hurt him or threatened him when he approached him. Lin Han's heart felt a little warm. And the loss of He Yun-ting's trust or lack of trust was slightly dispersed. He tilted his head and smiled at him. "No. Then I'm leaving," Lin Han said again. He Yun-ting didn't stop him this time and stood still. But Lin Han was the one who stopped again when he reached the door. He couldn't explain why. But Lin Han suddenly recalled the image of He Yun-ting squirming to shake hands with him when he left this place before. At that time, He Yun-ting, as usual, didn't say what he actually thought, just said, "Mr. Lin goodbye," twice so he could shake hands with him. Lin Han turned around. He Yun-ting was holding the jacket Lin Han returned to him, and didn't utter a word. As if he didn't know whether to do the same as last time. Inexplicable emotions were at work. And this time there was clearly no reason to read minds and He Yun-ting didn't make a sound, but Lin Han still took 2 steps forward and reached out, "Then see you later, General." Lin Han was actually a little afraid of what would happen if He Yun-ting refused this time, and whether he would be left embarrassed. But He Yun-ting didn't give Lin Han a chance to think about it, as he quickly took it in his big hand and replied, "Bye." I should have trusted Mr. Lin. Hearing these words, Lin Han was stunned for a moment and didn't pull his hand away at first. So, he heard another sentence. So Mr. Lin didn't talk to him. This, he, was obviously referring to Wen Tianyao. The second stage of the selection was officially over. After another round of brutal elimination, now the remaining were basically the best of the best, whose mental and physical strengths were superior. The alpha named Chi Jamu was still at the top of the list, and had a large gap between him and the second place. The third stage was the actual mecha test, where batches of mecha were assigned to the pilots who had passed the 2 rounds of selection and began a brand new test. Unlike the first phase of physical strength and the second phase of virtual pods, all training in the third phase was real, and therefore risky and exhausting. Lin Han was also the busiest during this phase, needing frequent debugging and tinkering. And sometimes having to temporarily re-enter new data into the system based on the pilot's mental strength depending on the batch of mecha, and then handing it over to the pilot after calculations and testing. So Lin Han saw the legendary best alpha of the batch, Chi Jamu, on the training ground that day. His mental power was SS, which was already very high. And the mecha randomly assigned to him was from the previous batch, so Lin Han wanted to use Chi Jamu's mental power sample to modify it a little bit. "Hello Mr. Lin." Chi Jamu looked very young, and even though he looked very determined during his training, he still carried an untouched teenage air when talking to people. He was polite and handed Lin Han his mental power sample. "I'm counting on you, Mr. Lin." Lin Han nodded to him and said, "No need," and then started working. Since many recruits had been recorded with demerits for keeping their eyes on Lin Han, no one dared to sneak a peek at him this time, and they were all ready to train without looking away. He Yun-ting was satisfied to see this scene when he walked into the training field. Since it was a real training in the first day, as the commander he didn't remain in the command room, but joined Lu Anhe and patrolled these reserve pilots who entered the third round. He Yun-ting had the roster in his mind. As he swept over them one by one, not noticing anything unusual, the training ground began to announce the various cautions of the third round. Lin Han moved quickly. And by the time he finished processing the system and got out of the mecha, He Yun-ting was standing right in front of him. It had been 2 days since he last saw him, so Lin Han politely greeted He Yun-ting and didn't bother him anymore, returning to his work. Because the third stage of the task was quite mixed, Lin Han's room was still some distance away from the current training ground. In order to make it convenient to be on call, he didn't choose to go back, and just stayed in the operation room inside the training ground, watching these mechas for any irregularities. Lin Han was too busy to talk to He Yun-ting today. He just kept running around the training ground and the operation room, going down to check if there was a situation, and coming back after it was handled. It wasn't until all the training was completed today that Lin Han walked back to the operation room, ready to take the records of today's work and go back to rest. When he pushed open the door, he saw He Yun-ting, who should have already gone back, sitting on a chair with a nutrition supplement in his hand. Seeing Lin Han coming, He Yun-ting didn't say much, just handed him the item in his hand. Thanks. The nutrient was really unscrewed, so Lin Han didn't need to bother and thanked He Yun-ting. He Yun-ting's expression remained the same. After that day, when Tianyao didn't come again, and the two had a tacit agreement, not mentioning the matter from that day, Lin Han was fine. Even though he was too busy these days to worry about it, not to mention that before leaving that day, he also heard the other parties, should have believed, words. This was enough. But He Yun-ting wasn't the same. He had been in a strange tangle for the past 2 days. He knew he couldn't just say that he believed Lin Han, but since he hadn't said it himself that day, he couldn't find a way to open the delicate silence between them once and for all. Lin Han finished his nutrients and was ready to go back to his room. General. I'll go first, he said to He Yun-ting, as he wondered what the other was thinking at this moment. He nodded. The atmosphere between the two became peculiar. Lin Han looked at He Yun-ting, who didn't say a word and could feel that he was acting weird for the past 2 days. After all, he couldn't tell anything without reading his mind, but his intuition told him that something was going on with He Yun-ting. It seemed that he wanted to talk to him, but in the end he stopped because of his clumsy mouth. He was originally very reluctant to passively hear the hearts of others, which was why he always wore gloves. But He Yun-ting was different. Even if Lin Han had no idea what the other person was thinking every time, he didn't feel uncomfortable. Lin Han's mind wandered. Might as well try. General, Lin Han hesitantly said to He Yun-ting, do you want to shake hands today? In a rather inconceivable situation. A mecha master who dealt with a bunch of cold metal and complicated procedures all day long, and an imperial general who never smiled and didn't want to talk, was now asking face to face if he wanted to shake hands. Although the scene was odd, it was also harmonious. He Yun-ting was reluctant to even directly admit it, his tense face not reflecting his thoughts, but he didn't directly refuse either, just staring at Lin Han. Suddenly, Lin Han had this strange feeling out of nowhere, like he was coaxing this person. The word, coax, itself was very unusual and out of place in this setting. But when he saw He Yun-ting's expression, he couldn't help but think that way. Unable to explain what he was feeling, Lin Han walked up to He Yun-ting, looked at the man sitting in the chair, and extended his hand as he had done the last time they had said goodbye. General, he spoke with a smile. His voice soft and brisk, inexplicably reminding He Yun-ting of the purple tulips on his estate that hadn't bloomed yet, always giving a light and self-effacing delight. Give me your hand. He Yun-ting's expression subtly moved. Even though he still looked like he was cold and unapproachable, he still listened to Lin Han and did as he was told. His hand was large and warm, thickly calloused from years of training, but it had a reassuring touch that was different from anyone else's. The youth smiled lightly. But his eyebrows were gentle, and his fingers were long and glistening white, as they fell on the palm of He Yun-ting's hand. At this moment, he suddenly had an impulse. Lin Han's fingertips were faintly cool, and the moment they touched He Yun-ting's palm, he said, if I say that I can read minds, and I know everything that the general's thinking, would you believe it? Chapter 30. Lin Han felt the hand that was only loosely holding his 5 fingers suddenly tightened. Although there was impulsiveness and hot-headedness, he really wanted to tell him the truth, whether He Yun-ting believed it or not. Today, the 3rd round of selection had just begun, and He Yun-ting personally came down to the field to inspect, so he wasn't dressed in his regular clothes like he would, but was very formal. He Yun-ting wore a golden ribbon below his right shoulder epaulettes and between the buttons of his clothes, hanging on the pale blue military uniform, casting a light shadow. His expression didn't change, but the hand holding Lin Han moved subconsciously, revealing that the owner's emotions at the moment weren't calm. Lin Han felt the light trembling of the other party's fingertips, and only when he heard the heartbeat in his ears did he belatedly understand that He Yun-ting seemed to be nervous. What's mind reading? Mr. Lin will know what I'm thinking right now. What to do? What to do? How can Mr. Lin know what I'm thinking? But Mr. Lin told me to trust him. Lin Han didn't expect that He Yun-ting, who had always been quiet, would be so psychologically active now. Then will he be angry with me? Did I think anything over the line before? Does he still remember? What if Mr. Lin really gets angry? I'll ask Lu Anhei if he has any snacks yet. At this moment. The words in He Yunting's heart kept pouring into Lin Han's ears, one after another, all revealing a worry and caution that was completely at odds with his own. Lin Han even thought, does He Yunting really remember what he thought before? His heart felt like it was lightly tickled by a feather. It wasn't uncomfortable. Resembling a fine itch, he wanted to tell He Yunting what he heard, not to win his trust, but simply to share the secret with him. He spoke deliberately, wanting to tell He Yunting what he had just heard. Lin Han blinked and looked up at him. He Yunting's heart wasn't at peace, and Lin Han himself was certainly not any better. Lin Han looked into He Yunting's eyes and his lips moved slightly. I'm not angry. I wanted to come and tell you this. He thought He Yunting should be able to understand Lin Han's words when he heard these words, but he didn't know if it was because he didn't pay attention, or he was too nervous and immersed in his own speculation, but he didn't respond. Still staring at Lin Han. In He Yunting's eyes. The young man in front of him wearing a white uniform, his moist black eyes focusing on him. Even if there was no other emotion, it was still a bright color in his barren, dull life. He Yunting also had doubts. They had never met before, but he couldn't help but be attracted to him. He had lingered in the galaxy countless times, but had never seen such a pure and dazzling star. As He Yunting realized this, his previous nervousness faded away and turned into a more straightforward voice. Mr. Lin's eyes are so beautiful. Lin Han's breath hitched. Not expecting that He Yunting's heart tone would suddenly change, so the words that were piling up on his lips suddenly became difficult to say. And that's when He Yunting's lips moved as he finally spoke to Lin Han directly. Then can Mr. Lin tell me what's on my mind right now? His voice sounded a little colder than his heart's voice, and without that uneasiness. It was as if he was just questioning calmly and carelessly, not believing any of it. I don't think he heard what I was thinking. But why is Mr. Lin blushing? Can he really read it? Lin Han, in a rare moment of panic, lowered his eyes. Mr. Lin. He Yunting called him again, as if urging him, and confirming his own thoughts, afraid that Lin Han could really hear what he was thinking. Lin Han didn't say anything. He Yunting's heart was always more frank and passionate than his words. He didn't know what he looked like blushing, and he didn't want He Yunting to see him like this, so he turned his face away and tried to pull back his hand. But whether or not it was intentional or not, He Yunting didn't give him the chance to pull his hand away. Seeing him trying to escape, he subconsciously held it tighter, his strong knuckles firmly clasping Lin Han's hand, unwilling to let him break free. Lin Han, this time He Yunting didn't call him by his title, but directly called his name. Why won't you look at me? The line needed to be supplemented with acting skills, but one couldn't stop their internal thought. Even He Yunting himself couldn't control his own heart, even though he knew Lin Han might really have the ability to read his mind, right now. He couldn't stop looking at his eyes. Maybe Mr. Lin really heard it. But the way Mr. Lin blushed was so cute. His eyes are so beautiful. Lin Han's ears were filled with He Yunting's low voice, hitting his eardrums one after the other. I want to tie his hands with a ribbon and blindfold him. So that no one else could see. The first time Lin Han heard the other's thoughts was even more excessive than this, and he didn't get angry in the end. But now his mind was disrupted by these few words of He Yunting, and he became speechless. Even his thoughts coming to a stop. He Yunting's heart just finished, and his mouth repeated the request he said before, as if testing Lin Han while deceiving himself. Does Mr. Lin know what I'm thinking? Yes. He heard it all. But Lin Han opened his mouth and found that he couldn't repeat what He Yunting had just thought. He originally wanted to coax He Yunting, but he ended up in a state of panic and confusion instead. Lin Han raised his eyes slightly and saw the ribbon on He Yunting's military uniform. The cold metallic color. Connected with his merits for the Empire, that was the proof of his honor. But He Yunting's words just now gave the ribbon another purpose. Lin Han felt as if his face was getting even redder, and finally said a casual excuse, I guess the general's actually thinking about tomorrow's training. Then the fingers holding him loosened slightly. Luckily. Mr. Lin doesn't know what I'm thinking about. Mr. Lin's hands are very white, if This time Lin Han couldn't take it anymore and fiercely pulled his hand out of He Yunting's hand, took another step back and stopped looking at him. He Yunting's mind voice instantly disappeared. But Lin Han felt that compared to what He Yunting said just now, the vibrating sound in his own chest gradually expanded until even his heart started to tingle. Lin Han looked down at the tip of his shoe. He had no way to repeat those words, but he still wanted to help He Yunting. But he couldn't find a breakthrough anymore. Just as the evening bugle sounded, Lin Han finally said, "Then, General, I'm leaving." Luckily, He Yunting didn't stay silent for long this time. He answered first and then waited until Lin Han walked to the door, before calling out to him. "You're right." He Yunting's voice didn't rise and fall, as if all those heartfelt voices before weren't his. "I was indeed thinking about the training content just now." Lin Han didn't make a sound. "Mr. Lin, I've figured it out," He Yunting said. "Whether it's that thing you said before or today's words, I believe you." Lin Han froze as he pushed the door. "If there's anything in the future, you can come and talk to me. I'll believe you." Lin Han's turbulent emotions slowed down a bit, then he nodded and looked back into He Yunting's blue eyes. "Yes. Thank you, General." The next few days were indeed very busy for Lin Han. Since the selection was in the third stage, Lin Han kept running between training grounds, while He Yunting stayed in the command room and didn't come back. The only difference from before was that the soldiers noticed that the lean, seemingly cleanliness-obsessed Special Mecha Master hadn't worn the white gloves recently. Lin Han would occasionally think about that day when he was free, and sometimes Lin Han thought it was for the best, because after all, he was only impulsive back then, remembering what He Yunting had said before. If Lin Han had really held back his emotions and retold it all, the ending wouldn't necessarily have been as good as it was now. So be it, Lin Han thought. At least between him and He Yunting, there was something called trust. Lin Han didn't know what kind of emotions he was holding for He Yunting, but he often thought that maybe at some point he would tell He Yunting the truth again. And He Yunting didn't have time to think about anything else these 2 days, solely because what Lin Han said about Wen Tianyao earlier was confirmed one after the other. "Boss," Lu Anhe said in the communicator. "I secretly looked into it in the past 2 days, and got someone to find the recent trip of His Highness the Prince. Although there's no communication record, we can still find some traces. He had contact with Mr. Luo no longer than a day or 2 ago. Even before we defeated the Star Pirates, they were already connected. The reason why no one noticed before is because he covers up after meeting with Luo Qi every time, either by pretending to also visit the council, or directly communicating with Zhang Lian's side. Separately it's not that obvious, only after comparing it do the clues appear. Lu Anhe sent over the recently found clues to He Yunting, but whether it's the celebration or the dinner, he didn't participate. And is also truly unaware." "Got it," He Yunting replied indifferently. Lu Anhe finished the report, still curious about the source of the information. "Mr. Lin actually found this out. If he didn't let you know, I wouldn't have believed that Wen Tianyao's on Luo Qi's side. It's so odd." At the last council meeting, Luo Qi was still desperately accusing the Zerg of being brutal and unreasonable, and that we need to teach them more lessons even after winning the war. Do you remember? Wen Tianyao was also present, and was also persuading him to calm down. In any case, thanks to Mr. Lin for giving us this information, Lu Anhe said. The two exchanged a few more words and He Yunting hung up the phone. He didn't tell Lu Anhe specifically how Lin Han knew about the information. But Lu Anhe also seemed to trust Lin Han, so he didn't ask further questions. After investigating his words, there was really no mistake. He Yunting looked at the document in his hand and recalled that day. It was also the first time he said, "trust," to someone. His experience had made him unable to trust anyone quickly, but when Lin Han said he could read minds, he felt differently than usual. He still didn't know why Mr. Lin told him all this, but after the emotion passed, He Yunting's heart became strangely calm again. He Yunting would be responsible for the people of the empire, and would always have his own share of insistence. But at the moment he touched the other party's hand, He Yunting felt that Lin Han wouldn't lie to him no matter what. Although the word, trust, seemed illusory, he couldn't say no to Lin Han. He Yunting was prepared to remain loyal to the empire even if Lin Han lied to him, but before there was a possibility of that happening, he wanted to follow his heart first. So even though Lin Han wrongly guessed his thoughts, He Yunting called out to him the moment the other man was about to leave. Although you may not really know how to read minds, I'll still choose to believe you. Chapter 31. The third round of selection continued. Lin Han gradually adapted to the life of the base, using nutrients at regular intervals every day, working peacefully. And continuing to work on the new mecha design at the research institute when he wasn't busy, gradually getting used to the routine. Since most of the third round missions required Lin Han to keep an eye on the training field, he ended up becoming familiar with the soldiers even though he hardly talked to them about anything other than work. Lin Han was staring at the mecha in the training field. He had heard by chance that He Yunting's earliest days had been like this, and that his performance at that time was still unsurpassed by anyone today, when the training was much more brutal than it was now, but he had persevered as the first. And finally entered the elite team directly. How he finally moved up all the way to his current position was another story. What kind of person was he then? Was he the same as now? Or was he very different? People were eliminated every day, and were mecha damaged every day, and every day. Points were being deducted from soldiers for a variety of reasons. Lin Han sometimes felt that the system was too harsh when he watched the soldiers train, not to mention that after the third round, there was the most uncertain and cruel fourth round. Lin Han heard that the fourth round was a practical exercise, but the most crucial thing was that the location was no longer limited to the base. They directly threw these pilots who passed the third round into the vast interstellar for the final grind. Even if the base tried to ensure their safety, no one could predict what would happen. Star pirates, Zerg, and all kinds of strange mutant creatures in this interstellar world. Resources were always the biggest conflict, and in the gap between planets, those gray areas that couldn't be classified, often bred unpredictable dangers. Usually in the fourth round, the special experts would stay on the warship or command center, in order to ensure the safety of the general tendency to remote guidance. There was even one year when a particular mecha division directly applied not to participate in the fourth round of practical training, which was approved in the end. But it was still the third round, and Lin Han didn't think that far ahead for the time being. Moreover, it was also an exercise. Although there was danger, over the years there hadn't been any major incidents. At that moment, his communicator rang. Lin Han finished his day's work and just came out of the training ground when he met Chijamu, who had been topping the list for this selection. "Hello, Mr. Lin." Chijamu smiled at Lin Han. "It's been a hard day for you too." His features didn't look sharp, and it was dinner time. Training was over, so everyone was still recuperating, and Chijamu's expression had a sunny teenage look when he relaxed. He greeted Lin Han politely. After all, he was the one who troubled Lin Han the most recently in the third round. Lin Han looked at his young face. In the past few days, Chijamu's mecha was always malfunctioning, either because of a malfunctioning internal program or an abnormal mental link, so Lin Han spent half of his work time helping Chijamu debug his mecha. In fact, his training performance had been very good, with few mistakes, but probably because he was the most outstanding, in private. He had also become the target of many new recruits' displeasure. The suppression and clutching was everywhere, and such excellent people would be either supported or be turned on and bullied by a handful of others. The fact that Chijamu was too impressive in the selection, and that he himself didn't seem to be as unapproachable as He Yunting, he wasn't easy to get along with. He wouldn't talk much, always sporting the same expressions with everyone he talked with, wouldn't make friends, and was a loner. Gradually, a small group of people began to have other ideas, but with the base rules and the selection and deduction system, they couldn't openly suppress him, but they also couldn't just sit and do nothing. And the third round of selection finally let them find the opportunity. They began to use various reasons to visit Chijamu's mecha, and then tamper with certain parts, so that Chijamu either suffered himself, or had to ask the mecha master to help him repair the adjustments. In the base it was obvious to everyone that the general took extra care of Mr. Lin, and the people who secretly observed Mr. Lin before had been deducted points, but Chijamu's mecha was always in trouble, so Lin Han would be in frequent contact with him. Many soldiers snickered. This would make the general deduct points. Lin Han wasn't stupid, and was able to guess this. He didn't know why Chijamu didn't say anything, and he couldn't directly point it out, but could only subtly hint at it. If you have any problems, feel free to speak up. You have to be careful. Chijamu lowered his eyes and hummed, "Thank you, Mr. Lin." After saying goodbye to Chi Jamu, Lin Han, who was going back to his room, had an idea. Before turning around, and walking in another direction, when he walked into He Yunting's room, he was still wearing his training uniform that he hadn't had time to change out of. They hadn't seen each other much in the past few days, and when he saw him coming, He Yunting didn't say anything, only a hint of suspicion showed in his eyes. "General," Lin Han didn't intend to beat around the bush and cut straight to the chase, "I have something to tell you." Lu Anhei was munching and eating snacks, and when he heard Lin Han say this, his eyes widened. And his cheeks were still bulging like a hamster's, not sure whether he should leave or not. "What?" Mr. Lin finally got the message and planned to help out boss. He Yunting swept a glance at Lu Anhei, who was expressing various emotions with his eyes at the moment. "Keep eating. You don't have to leave." He quickly understood He Yunting's meaning, shooting back a resentful look, telling him he actually wanted to go out. He swallowed the food in his mouth, took a sip of water and said, "Mr. Lin, say what you want to, don't mind me." Lin Han nodded. "I received a communication from His Royal Highness today." When Lu Anhei heard this, he immediately put away his careless posture. "Speaking of which, we haven't had time to relay to Mr. Lin the events of the past 2 days." Lu Anhei then told Lin Han about the result of his private investigation of Wen Tianyao. In summary, "We have confirmed that what you said about Wen Tianyao is true. He's indeed not neutral, but this information needed to be verified. Please forgive me, Mr. Lin." "It's okay." Lin Han nodded. After all, He Yunting still didn't seem to believe he had the ability to read minds right now, and his words concerned the Imperial Prince after all, so it was normal to check. Lin Han said, "Today, he talked to me a bit about the 4th round of training." The 4th round of practical training was after all the most critical part. The selection of the best pilots depended on this round, so generally the base would send a battleship, and the group of new pilots would be sent to the border area. Then through the exercise real-time observation of each pilot's situation, the few who were the best would be chosen. Lu Anhei softly exclaimed, "Ha!" Lin Han continued, "But His Highness said he would also go along, and asked me to send his regards to the general." He Yunting's brows furrowed, making him look irritated. "From what I heard from him," Lin Han said, "it seems that he wants to make further gestures of goodwill toward the general on the battleship." From Wen Tianyao's perspective, Lin Han was a good Omega to manipulate and one that He Yunting cared more about, while to outsiders, the prince's frequent befriending of the general was nothing more than the socialization of two people who adhered to a neutral attitude. No one would know that what Wen Tianyao was calculating was merely the military power in He Yunting's hands, a mecha force that held the most elite pilots in the empire. "I see." He Yunting opened his mouth, "Thank you, Mr. Lin." Lin Han nodded, said, "You're welcome," and was about to leave after finishing what he wanted to say, when he was called by He Yunting again. "Lin Han." He Yunting raised his eyes to look at him, as he spoke in a flat tone. "If you really don't want to go to the 4th round of practical training, you can go back to the institute early." After all, it wasn't like there hadn't been a precedent for this. Lu Anhei added, "Mr. Lin doesn't have to worry. The 4th round of practical training will be conducted at the border area, but you just need to be on the warship for remote assistance." Lin Han smiled. "Since I was specially hired by the base, there's no reason to leave early before I finish my work. Don't worry. I'm not that spoiled." He Yunting only stared at him, his eyes deep. Lin Han, for some reason, was a little bit alarmed by his look, and stood up to say goodbye, and Lieutenant Colonel Lu said, "As long as I'm on the warship, I'll be safe, but if I don't go, maybe some mecha will suddenly have issues that you won't be able to solve." Of course, Wen Tianyao was also going to be there, so he could also take this opportunity to hear what he was really planning in the meantime. But Lin Han didn't mention this. A moment later, He Yunting spoke, "Then when we get to the warship, Mr. Lin should follow me. Don't leave my field of vision." When He Yunting said the last sentence, Lin Han could finally hear a hint of command. It was as if this was the tone he usually used to communicate with people, and all those heartfelt internal thoughts that had reached his ears before were as distant as another person. But Lin Han didn't feel uncomfortable. Precisely because he had heard He Yunting's other voices, so he could understand his reason. The other didn't want any accidents to happen. He nodded his head and responded, "Okay." After all, Lu Anhei was still present, and the last time he saw them holding hands was still fresh in his mind. Lin Han didn't go further. Just stood by the door to say goodbye to He Yun-ting. Anyway, I should be able to guess roughly what He Yun-ting is thinking now, Lin Han thought. The third training cycle was longer, and at the end of the month, all the soldiers who participated in the selection process finally had a half-day of respite. Usually everyone was busy resting in this downtime, and there were some soldiers' relatives who chose this time to visit their proud family members. After all, it was only half a day, and they needed to apply for a visit to the base. The approval was very slow and the process was troublesome, so not many people would actually come. Lin Han saw Chi Jaes on this day. He was a very thin-looking Omega, clean-cut. Not very tall. His exposed slender limbs had an almost sickly pallor. His face hadn't much of an expression. He was taking every step very slowly, like he was thinking about something, but also seemed to think of nothing. Lin Han was doing a final overhaul for the next day's mecha when he suddenly heard someone call out something towards the outside of the training ground. Oz. When Chi Jamu saw the Omega, he called his nickname through the crowd, raised his face to smile at him, and waved his hand, gesturing for him to come over. Brothers here. Because Chi Jamu would talk to him from time to time these days, Lin Han was somewhat familiar with his voice, and he raised his eyes to look. The Omega who came to visit heard this voice. His entire body stiffened for a moment like he just got an electric shock, before he slowly raised his head with a dazed expression, trying to follow the voice and looking around for the source. Brother. His lips moved and murmured very lowly before he finally saw Chi Jamu's hands waving incessantly at him. Oz. This way. Chi Jaes's originally calm and waveless eyes finally lit up, the corners of his lips also rose little by little, and finally, as if he had regained his life, his pace quickened and he began to run towards the voice. With clumsy footsteps, he moved faster and faster, and finally nearly fell in front of his own brother and was helped by Chi Jamu. Lin Han originally thought nothing of it, only felt that this brother looked a little dull, so he withdrew his eyes and continued to work inside the mecha. But just as he turned around, he saw the thin Omega's back. Although he didn't see anything unusual at once, his intuition told him that there was something odd about this person. And Chi Jaes was talking to his brother about something, his lips moving very slowly. In order not to attract attention, Lin Han walked into the cockpit and closed the hatch. Because he had been active in the training field all this time, no one would be suspicious of him, and everyone knew that Mr. Lin had great business skills, and any problems that came to him could be solved quickly. Lin Han put on his helmet, activated his mecha, and made small adjustments to the viewport. Although he had no intention of peeking at the affectionate meeting between the two brothers, he still moved the view window to a position close to Chi Jaes. He couldn't explain it, but there was always a sense of unease that came over him. Lin Han apologized in his heart to Chi Jamu for checking his brother like this, before he turned on the magnification function so that mecha could see the Omega's every move from his position in the viewport. Chi Jaes looked no older than 20 years old. The tips of his hair were a bit faded, although it was black hair, it was shining with an unhealthy luster. Chi Jamu's eyes were a little red and his expression wasn't as calm as he showed Lin Han before. Lin Han couldn't hear what the two were saying, but he always felt that there was something strange about the communication between the two. Chi Jaes never took the initiative to speak, and each time it was only after the other person had said a long paragraph that he would nod or shake his head sluggishly and then speak. Lin Han, who couldn't find anything strange and thought he was being paranoid, was about to remove the view window. Chi Jaes suddenly turned around without warning, his eyes staring straight at Lin Han's mecha. This feeling of being stared at abruptly made Lin Han's heart startled. Even though he was wearing a helmet, he was inside the mecha, and he was separated from the view window, so it was impossible for Chi Jaes to see him, and at most he could only observe a certain side of the mecha. The color of Chi Jaes's eyes was very dim, and his pupils were slightly smaller than the average person's, making anyone he looked at uncomfortable. But he only stared at Lin Han's mecha for a couple of seconds before turning around again, as if he had finished talking to Chi Jamu, and began to walk step by step out of the base. Lin Han's heart was pounding and he was a little nervous for no reason, but he continued to stare at Chi Jaes's back as he left. The person walked very slowly, at an even pace. Even the hanging hand swinging in the same position, so Lin Han always felt like he was a machine that has been programmed with instructions. And when Chi Jace was about to walk out of the training ground, Lin Han finally found the source of his oddness. His hair was slightly longer and not properly fixed, but Lin Han still noticed the back of his neck. There was a deep old scar where his gland was supposed to be. Chapter 32. After Lin Han returned to his room, he still couldn't forget the boy. Not only the wound on his gland, but his shrunken pupils, stiff expression, and uncoordinated gait, have all made Lin Han suspicious. Did this Omega have some kind of surgery that caused irreversible damage to his gland? But Lin Han clearly saw the scar. It wasn't a recent injury. Rather, it was like it had been with the owner for several years, but the wound was too deep to be removed. The Omega was so skinny and fragile, he didn't look threatening at all. Lin Han remembered the first time he met He Yunting, the waiter who deliberately hit him hard on his right shoulder while he was injured. That person also didn't look aggressive. And even a little thinner than the average person. As for the Wen Tian Yao dinner, Lin Han didn't see it with his own eyes because He Yunting didn't let him face the scene. His doubts deepened and he couldn't help but search the news about the day of He Yunting's attempted assassination again. But he was surprised that among the overwhelming articles, there wasn't a single photo of the scene. And only one or two media outlets posted the information of the perpetrator in passing. Lin Han looked at the report on the light screen. The stabber was an Omega. His ID photo showing a slim and clean person. As for whether there was a wound at the back of the neck gland, Lin Han had no way of knowing. Lin Han couldn't explain this uneasy emotion right now, he only felt odd. After this day, Chi Jamu, who was already in first place, seemed to be more desperate. Some people said that every day before dawn, Chi Jamu arrived at the training ground alone. His morning practice time was longer than anyone else's, and the entire day of the selection Chi Jamu never missed anything. Every indicator showed that he strove for perfection, and at the end of the day's training, he was also the last to leave. Some people were puzzled about why he was so eager to enter He Yunting's elite unit to get enough attention from him during the selection when he was already in first place. Even so, those who were jealous continued to tamper with his mecha, but Chi Jamu endured it all without saying a word, and then worked harder to complete all the tasks. On the third day, someone broke Chi Jamu's voice command program, and Lin Han finally had the chance to fix his mecha. "Please, Mr. Lin," Chi Jamu said politely as he approached the cockpit and stood up. Chi Jamu was just about to leave the cockpit to give Lin Han his place when he was called back. Lin Han said, "Small problem, you don't need to leave, it will be ready in a few minutes." Chi Jamu smiled and obediently stood with his hands in the same place, quietly waiting for Lin Han to handle it. "Okay." Lin Han's eyebrows twitched, and he was a little nervous for no reason. He dealt with the problem quickly, and Chi Jamu didn't say a word throughout, but at least Lin Han had more contact time with him in the past few days, and when he quickly finished dealing with the problem and opened Mecha's self-test program, he said gently, "That boy 2 days ago, is he your brother?" Lin Han keenly observed Chi Jamu's hands clenching violently, and only after a few moments did he speak, his voice astringent, "Yes." "Is there anything wrong, Mr. Lin?" he asked, a little uneasy. "Nothing," Lin Han said casually, as if he was just making small talk. "It just seemed like your brother wasn't feeling well." Chi Jamu's voice tightened. "He's been in poor health since he was a child, and I haven't seen him for a long time since I came to school in the Corps." Lin Han asked offhandedly. "Didn't you go for medical treatment?" "Yes," Chi Jamu answered quickly, "we have." "Mr. Lin." Lin Han fixed the mecha and stood up, understanding that the other would probably not answer anything else. "Good. Then I hope your brother will be fine." It was just a simple sentence. But Chi Jamu fiercely converged his eyes after hearing Lin Han say so, took a deep breath, as if regulating his emotions, and when he looked up again to speak to Lin Han, the end of his eyes carried a suppressed red tinge. "Thank you, Mr. Lin." Lin Han's hand stopped in midair and eventually withdrew. "It's okay." He was trying to use his ability to find out what the two brothers were talking about. But probably because Chi Jamu's eyes were too sincere, and his expression he saw that day was too sad, Lin Han suddenly became a little guilt-ridden. Even if the pain was someone else's, he shouldn't meddle without asking. Lin Han found He Yunting after the training. These days he would go to the command room or He Yunting's room from time to time. Many people in the base were discussing that Mr. Lin was really an expert hired by the general himself and was therefore treated differently. Lin Han didn't care much about these remarks, but stood in front of He Yun-ting and raised the question that had been bothering him for 2 days. I have something to ask the general. Lu Anhe went to eat and He Yun-ting was left alone in the room. He hung up his jacket before turning around to answer, what is it? Lin Han wanted to get straight to the point, but when the words came out, they ended up as General shoulder injury. How is it? He Yun-ting probably didn't expect Lin Han's first words to be this, so he paused for a moment. It's almost healed. After another 2 seconds, He Yun-ting seemed to think of something and added stiffly, thank you, Mr. Lin, for your concern. No matter what, this answer was good, so Lin Han breathed a sigh of relief. Then the person who attempted to assassinate the general last time, did you find out any details? Did he, by any chance, have the glands at the back of his neck destroyed? He Yun-ting raised his eyebrows for a moment, but quickly returned to coldness, yes. How does Mr. Lin know? Lin Han hesitated for a moment, but still told He Yun-ting roughly what he saw that day. I thought it was strange. And I thought of what happened to the general last time, that's why I came here. Lin Han said, does the general know about an Omega like that? This time He Yun-ting fell into a long silence. Lin Han thought He Yun-ting was thinking back and didn't interrupt him, but after the long silence, He Yun-ting finally answered, I know. But there's no way to check anymore. Lin Han didn't expect He Yun-ting to give an affirmative answer. Why is that? How many Omegas were there with such damaged glands? What have they been through? He Yun-ting's expression didn't change, but his tone was even colder. Sorry. Military secret, can't tell Mr. Lin. Lin Han opened his mouth, but decided not to react. Okay. He Yun-ting's blue eyes had no emotion, and Lin Han didn't know how to describe his own feelings. Then, I'll go first. He Yun-ting looked at Lin Han. As Lin Han walked to the door, He Yun-ting still called out to him, by the way, Mr. Lin, for the 4th round of practical training, we need to recheck the information of all those who boarded the warship. He Yun-ting said, I wanted Lu Anhe to inform you. But since you're here, just pass on the latest personal information. Lin Han froze for a moment. Okay. This time He Yun-ting didn't ask him to stay, and the two didn't shake hands. The 3rd round of selection was officially over, leaving less than 200 new pilots in the base. The 4th round of practical training they were about to face was the key to whether they could finally stay here. The base was already making preparations. So this time the selected exercise site was located in the remote side of the M system, adjacent to the oddbound biologic system, with some sparsely managed self-administered small planets a little farther away. Before departure, the base gave the people a day and a half to recuperate, but didn't open communication with the outside world, only for the purpose to allow preparations for the upcoming departure. Lin Han was rarely idle, but he didn't go out and continued to review the relevant information in his room. Lin Han wasn't social, and he didn't come to the base before. Even going between the institute and home was rare. His contact with people wasn't much, and he really didn't have much impression of the glandular injury Omegas. The base's intranet was monitored throughout, so Lin Han's search was limited, and in the information he'd found now, there was little of particular value. Everything was back at an impasse. Lin Han didn't think He Yun-ting's refusal to tell himself was too much. He had his own insistence. And although he was curious, he couldn't disregard other people's feelings. He was only vaguely uneasy. But he believed that He Yun-ting could handle everything, and he also believed that if he really needed his help, he would have brought it up. Lin Han leaned back on the sofa and looked at the photo frame. He squinted, his eyes a little sleepy. And as his tired eyes looked up from his mother's face in the frame to the window, he suddenly remembered today's date. It was the day when she was still around and would tenderly say, "Happy birthday, Han Han." Every year. Lin Han suddenly lost some interest and sank deeper and deeper into the sofa. He hadn't had many birthdays since his mother's death, but probably because of the happiness he had received on previous birthdays, Lin Han could always remember this day even if he deliberately didn't think about it. His mother said, "Don't forget. Mom will say happy birthday to you every year." Lin Han's eyes were a little sore. He closed his eyes and let out a soft breath. "Mom. Every birthday of mine is still happy." Lin Han didn't know how long he had been sleeping when he was suddenly awakened by a knock on the door. When he opened his eyes, the sky outside the window began to become dull, and although the knocking was patient, it was persistent. Lin Han stood up and walked to the door in confusion. He Yun-ting stood outside the door, tall in stature. Becoming dazed momentarily, when Lin Han suddenly opened the door. "General." It was Lin Han who opened his mouth first. "Is something wrong?" He didn't expect He Yun-ting to shake his head gently after a long time. "Nothing." "Is today Mr. Lin's birthday?" Lin Han froze for a moment. How did the general know? He Yun-ting hesitantly said, "I found it out by chance in the documents Mr. Lin passed over last time." Lin Han looked at him. He Yun-ting seemed a little nervous. Lin Han sensibly didn't intend to make He Yun-ting stand outside his door. "Come in first." He Yun-ting was wearing his regular clothes, and a few strands of his silver hair were hanging down to his forehead. Even though he still looked very cold, under the evening sunset, it was like he was coated with a gentle warm light that didn't belong to him. Lin Han closed the door. "It's indeed today. But what was he doing here?" He Yun-ting stood in the same place for a while, then suddenly took out something from his military pants. "I'm here to give Mr. Lin a birthday present," he said. Lin Han was about to pour water for He Yun-ting, but he froze. He turned around and looked up at him. He Yun-ting was standing straight in front of him. His expression was cold, but his tone had a kind of imperceptible tension. Lin Han looked at He Yun-ting's hand. There was a meteorite fall when I was on a mission, and I spent half a day on a small planet to avoid it," He Yun-ting explained. Probably because he wasn't good at speaking, He Yun-ting's tone always became different from usual whenever he said longer sentences. It was as if he was no longer the cold soldier, and the burden was briefly lifted off his back, so he could be a flesh and blood human being. He Yun-ting continued. "While I was waiting for Lu Anhei to return to the team, I picked up one of the pieces and brought it back with me. On his return trip from another place, he accidentally discovered that the largest and brightest meteorite wasn't burned and vaporized by the atmosphere, but fell and left a deep crater with fragments of the meteor scattered in it. He couldn't say whether it had any special significance, but He Yun-ting didn't throw it away either, and kept it in the base. Recently everyone's staying in the base and there's no time to go out, and I couldn't find anything better to give Mr. Lin. After thinking about it, I simply took this." He Yun-ting took a step forward and spread out his palm. It was an unremarkable, half-smooth, half-rough dark green meteorite with the scent of the stars from tens of thousands of light years away. It could be just a meteorite, but it could have also been a star. He Yun-ting put the fragment of the meteorite into Lin Han's palm. "Happy birthday. There are some secrets I can't tell you at the moment. But I still hope Mr. Lin won't be unhappy. The author has something to say. The main tone of this novel is still emotional, yet slightly sweet. And the plot line won't be too serious." QWQ Chapter 33. He Yun-ting placed the meteorite in his hand and left soon after. The object in Lin Han's palm still carried He Yun-ting's warmth, while the other was still in a trance after he said, "Happy birthday." It had been too long he hadn't heard those simple words in a long time. He looked down at the uniquely shaped stone, which was definitely not pretty, and his chest was filled with something light and gentle. Since his heart had been empty for too long, and it was suddenly filled with something else, in this moment a strange yet soft emotion rushed up, and then spread out all the way to Lin Han's fingertips. Lin Han wrapped the small stone with his 5 fingers, lowered his eyes, and whispered, "Thank you, General." He thought that if he told He Yun-ting about Chi Jae's, he would tell him about the Omega with damaged glands. But just because he told He Yun-ting voluntarily, it didn't mean that the other had to go against his principles and reveal secrets to him. Lin Han understood this reasoning. But he didn't expect that He Yun-ting would actually appear in front of him so carefully, just because he thought he would be angry. Since Lin Han didn't speak for a long time, and the weird atmosphere hadn't disappeared yet, He Yun-ting misunderstood and thought that Lin Han didn't like his gift. He paused for a moment before he explained, "Mr. Lin, don't mind that it's ugly." Lin Han smiled, looked up at him, and wanted to say that he didn't. "It's really a star. I'm not lying to you." He Yun-ting didn't wait for Lin Han to say anything and added, "If Mr. Lin doesn't like it, I'll find another one if I have the chance." There were still many opportunities anyway. When Lin Han heard this, He slowly understood the meaning of He Yunting's words. He finally raised his lips and smiled, his pure black eyes shining with light, better than the bright star trails He Yunting had seen that day. Thank you, General. For the star, Lin Han held the gift of tens of thousands of light years away. I like it very much. He Yunting then seemed to calm his heart down, and, as a sign, after getting rid of his nervousness, his expression became indifferent once again. But Lin Han no longer thought that this face was unapproachable. He instead felt a tinge of joy at being able to recognize the delicate, soft emotions behind He Yunting's coldness. I'm the only one who knows these little secrets. Lin Han saw that the other was still standing in the same place, seemingly thinking about something. General, Lin Han called him. What's wrong? He saw that He Yunting had doubts in his expression. Lin Han recalled that Lu Anhe had once said that General never had a birthday, and didn't even remember what day his own birthday was. He Yunting asked him, a day like this, is there any other way to spend it besides giving gifts? By saying that, it seemed that He Yunting didn't have a good birthday either. Not only did he not have a good time, he was almost stabbed and killed, causing the wound on his shoulder to worsen. Lin Han regretted for a moment being so emotional towards He Yunting that day, or at least, he should have stayed with him a little longer. Lin Han recalled his memories. I suppose there's not much else. When my mother was still alive, she would buy a cake and let me make a wish. Lin Han said, a little embarrassed. But that was many years ago and now it seems quite childish. The wishes made at that time were also simple, many of them I can't even remember. He hooked the corner of his mouth and looked at He Yunting again. The other's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes seemed thoughtful. He did not want He Yunting to be bothered, so he took the initiative to say, we're leaving tomorrow, so General should be very busy now. It's already nice to be told happy birthday, Lin Han said, there's no need to prepare anything else. But, He Yunting spoke, his tone low and deep, as if making the simplest of statements, Mr. Lin. You haven't wished anything yet. I've heard people say before that shooting stars can grant wishes. He Yunting said. Lin Han saw He Yunting holding the glass of water, his rough fingers rhythmically tapping the rim of the glass, making the water surface ripple in a circle, coinciding with his current rate of breathing. Mr. Lin can try. He Yunting turned his face to look at him, if it's possible. I may be able to help make it happen. I hope Mr. Lin's wish will come true. This last statement finally sounded a bit of He Yunting's exclusive, awkward flavor. In the same vein as telling Lin Han to drink more hot water during his heat. He didn't know that making a wish was something one kept to themselves, and simply wanted to help him make it come true. Lin Han looked at He Yunting and had many questions gradually piling up. For example, what exactly do you think of me? Why are you being so nice to me again? But then he remembered the emptiness he had read during He Yunting's susceptible period, the words he had asked on impulse. And the others, I don't know, so Lin Han couldn't ask again. Lin Han looked at He Yunting for a long time, and only when he saw that the other finally looked away uncomfortably, did he close his eyes. 3 seconds later, Lin Han reopened his eyes, smiled at He Yunting, and said, okay. The other didn't understand why Lin Han didn't want to say what he wanted, but didn't ask in the end. Staying in his room for a while longer before preparing to leave. Before He Yunting left, he confirmed with Lin Han one last time. If Mr. Lin really doesn't want to participate in the 4th round of practical training, it's not too late to withdraw. General. This is my job. Lin Han looked at him helplessly, but still asked curiously. But approximately how long does the training take? I'll get some more nutrients. He Yunting thought for a moment. If everything goes well, about half a month. Lin Han nodded, and after He Yunting left, he started to prepare. He hadn't been to too many places. He had lived in the Q district with his mother when he was a child, and came to the core district when he grew up, and had only seen other places on the video and news. The border area sounded a little scary, but he was vaguely excited to see a different night sky. Early the next morning, the base was on full alert, whether participating or not. All soldiers put on their solemn formal uniforms and stood straight for the final preparations before boarding the ship. Lin Han didn't belong to any of the squads and only stood outside the grounds. Wen Tian Yao was indeed there as he said, but since the base warship was to be activated, even if he was of royal blood, he had to board the ship together with everyone else. He was dressed in a dignified fancy dress, with delicate royal flip-flops on the cuffs and collar, and stood not far from the square, without saying a word. Even though it was only a drill, the activation of the warship was about the same as a march, and the soldiers would take an oath of loyalty to the Empire before they left, to live forever. There was silence all around, and no one took it lightly. After a short time, accompanied by a steady sound of military boots, the eyes of the crowd moved towards that direction. Lin Han saw the pale green uniform of He Yun-ting as he walked in, his face cold. Back straight as a green onion poplar, holding the symbol of the highest honor of the imperial scepter in his hand, taking every step with absolute majesty, then standing in front of the crowd. He saw the medals and ribbons on the other's uniform, as well as the cold glittering general shoulder patch. He saw He Yun-ting's left hand hanging down at the side of his leg, slowly and decisively raising his right hand in a tough and solemn gesture against his heart, his eyes austere and his thin lips slightly moving. "We swear by our lives." Thousands of soldiers solemnly, with the same posture against their hearts, at this moment everyone's heart frequency converged in one place, chest stirring. As they swore the common oath together, "We swear by our lives, faith and loyalty to the Empire, with light to forge the sword, with stars as spears, with blood as blades, walk through the galaxy of chaos, step through the abyss of red flames. Foolishness and sin will eventually turn into ashes, only glory and victory will be mine. Only glory and victory will be mine." The oath of the soldiers echoed in the base, and when Tian Yao also took off his hat, pursed his lips, and performed the royal ritual to all soldiers. And at the end of the ceremony, Lin Han also followed everyone to the northernmost part of the base and began to board the ship. The Belfast was the Empire's most glorious warship, able to carry countless small ships and mecha to berth, and its armament and force weren't to be underestimated. The day before, the ship's mecha had already been prepared, and just in case. The superior offensive power and battle success of M.2742 and the top defensive power of Aegis had also been carried on board, and all participants had undergone the most rigorous inspection before being allowed to board the ship and enter each of the different areas according to their positions and status. Lin Han followed He Yun-ting and Lu Anhe directly to the captain's cabin of the Belfast, while Wen Tian Yao wasn't among them and went to a lower level of command. It took about 3 days to cruise all the way from the base to the border area. The new recruits participating in the selection couldn't hide their excitement and kept running around the movable area with red faces. Only Chi Jamu's face was taut, more serious than usual without any excitement. Lin Han looked at him through the monitor in the captain's room. It was his first time to board a warship of this level, and because He Yun-ting told him so, he had been following him as a special case. He Yun-ting was also the captain of the Belfast, and his second in command wasn't only Lu Anhe, but also the battleship's deputy captain Yi Ling. After some communication with the console below, the huge engine's roar sounded and the battleship left the ground, heading for the exclusive star path towards the border area. This was the most exciting time of the year for the people of the Empire. They had no intention of war, but were only proud of the Belfast. And what made the battleship set out was the annual 4th round of practical training for pilots. Although they couldn't get close to the battleship, countless people still spontaneously came to the closest position to the star path and watched the huge battleship drive by. Some cheered, some marveled, and some were so excited that they had tears in their eyes. And after a feeling of weightlessness, the Belfast finally sailed into its own star path, and the battleship began to pick up speed and fly, carrying the Empire's current and future most elite non-commissioned officers and men to unknown parts of the universe. It was a sensational voyage, and like a magnificent and grand wandering, everything proceeded in an orderly manner, and after a good padding and acceleration, the Belfast finally stabilized, the automatic cruise was turned on, and the crowd was able to breathe a sigh of relief. The battleship was equipped with the same specifications as the base's housekeeping, with sufficient supplies and space, allowing the pilots to have a long-awaited relaxation in these 3 days. Lin Han was still curious. It was his first time to board a ship and his first time to sail in space. What was more, he was in the captain's room, looking at it all from a higher perspective. It was similar while also different from what he had imagined. The same was that the universe was as vast and romantic as he thought it would be, and even though he couldn't see too far away due to the star path, he was still enthusiastic. And the difference was his state of mind. The first day of the voyage was calm and uneventful, because of the distance of the star path, still driving in the territory of the Imperial M-star. And that night, when Lin Han wanted to return to the lounge, he was called by He Yun-ting, who had been busy all day. Lin Han, He Yun-ting's tone was deep as he called his name. Do you want to see the starry sky up close? The author has something to say, totally fictional. Purely made up. Don't take it seriously. It's my first time writing this kind of in-the-middle content, so I'm nervous and apprehensive, but happy at the same time. The Belfast. The Edinburgh-class light cruiser built by the Royal Navy in the 1930s, is the No. 2 ship. I only borrowed the name, so don't judge. Chapter 34. Lin Han stopped in his tracks. He hesitated for a moment, but now. There was nothing to see now. And Lin Han had seen the unchanging starry sky more than once. Instead of answering directly, He Yun-ting asked him an unrelated question. Have you ever heard of the Arinarong Nebula? One Lin Han recalled. I think I have, but I don't remember much. That's a spectacle you can only see from the border area. He Yun-ting also looked out of the porthole and saw a dark sky. We're still traveling through the star path. So we can't see it. Lin Han hummed, then heard He Yun-ting say, I've seen it twice before. If it appears this time, I would like to show it to Mr. Lin. Lin Han felt that after that birthday, He Yun-ting gradually talked with him more and more. He started to verbalize what was on his mind, although it was still very stiff. Probably because he saw that Lin Han kept looking out of the porthole window all day, He Yun-ting explained. You can't see it on the first day. Tomorrow. After the successful leap of the warship, Mr. Lin will be able to see it. Lin Han didn't expect to be observed by He Yun-ting, but still nodded his head. Curiosity and eagerness, he felt both. He knew his physique. And he also knew that his second gender wasn't destined to navigate the wide galaxy. So he just couldn't help but want to see those distant celestial bodies and nebulae, with romantic and lonely planets. Mr. Lin. Will you follow me? He Yun-ting asked, respectfully giving Lin Han the right to choose. If he didn't want to, he could go back to his cabin now. Lin Han followed He Yun-ting all the way up, arriving at a modest room. This was used for observation before, He Yun-ting explained, but then the warship was upgraded and many functions were combined together, so there was no need for dedicated personnel to come here for observation, so it was left unused. Lin Han took a few steps and looked around the room. But if one wants to stargaze, this is one of the best observation platforms. He Yun-ting said. There was no need to put on a spacesuit or turn into an astronaut. In this quiet corner, it was possible to maximize contact with space. I was in this same room when I first saw the Arinarong Nebula. I was already on my return trip at that time, and only had time to see a side view, which I still regret when I think about it. Lin Han asked curiously. Why do you regret it? Didn't you see it again later? He Yun-ting was noncommittal. The Arinarong Nebula is a unique spectacle each time. But I don't know when I can encounter it, maybe the day we arrive at the border area. Maybe I'd like to invite Mr. Lin along. If you're willing. He Yun-ting's words were very straightforward at times, and even though he knew he didn't mean anything else now, Lin Han couldn't help but breathe a little faster. Sure. Then I'll wait for you here tomorrow night. Don't tell the others. The battleship leap went better than expected. The next day everyone started to adapt to the life of the battleship. Wen Tian Yao seemed to be a little dizzy, so he didn't leave the room all day, but he fortunately brought a doctor along, who went in and said there was no serious illness. The Belfast traveled in its own exclusive star path, and after a long day, it finally started to find the right angle with space retraction, and finally managed to leap and start flying at light speed. After a burst of extreme darkness, they finally entered the desired orbit. On the entire warship, except for the command room and the captain's room, all the portholes were automatically closed during the leap, and by the time everything had reverted to calm, a long time had passed. Even though there was no more day and night, Lin Han kept counting the time and walked to the observation room he had agreed with He Yun-ting the day before. And He Yun-ting was already waiting for him there. You came, he said. This is the starry sky tonight. He Yun-ting walked to the special observation window and pressed the lift button. The obscured image emerged in a frame. And in this not-so-large observation room, Lin Han finally saw the starry sky, once so far away from him, through a special glass. This was the first time he had ever seen the stars so close to him. Unlike the unchanging starry sky he had seen in the Empire, they were now passing through the Milky Way. The huge warship was now like dust, and passing by them were all kinds of nebulae of different sizes. Each one was unique. And each one was stunningly beautiful. Some of the planets were small and glowed secretly through the reflections of other stars, some were burning inside. And some were still spinning fast. Lin Han had imagined the scene of a river of stars many times. In his dreams. In his imagination. But not like this, enveloped by a sudden sensation. His chest vibrated and his heart beat faster. The dust of the planets he had once wished for were now passing by before his eyes. The feeling was so strong that Lin Han didn't know where it started, but he felt the tip of his nose was sore, his heart was aching, and he almost wanted to shed tears. Without any other emotion. In this moment he was suddenly surrounded by the universe, giving rise to an unexplainable sadness. At this moment Lin Han began to think a lot, think about his favorite career, think about his long-lost dream of mecha driving. He began to feel shallow, feel at a loss. Feel that the universe was vast and infinite, and that he was terribly small. He gritted his teeth and tried to endure, because he wanted to look at the stars again. He Yun-ting noticed his change. Mr. Lin, He Yun-ting sounded a little anxious, are you okay? Lin Han wanted to say that he was okay, wanted to say that he was fine, but at that moment he almost felt powerless to even speak, as a strange suffocating feeling came up and blocked his throat, making him open his mouth to speak, but in the end no sound came out. Lin Han closed his eyes and tried to shake off the feeling, but in the dizzying weightlessness his feet went weak and he fell forward. A strong, warm hand pulled him back. He Yun-ting pulled Lin Han toward himself, wanting to hold him with his other hand, but fearing to offend. He ended up holding him with one hand, while the other hand stopped in the air behind Lin Han, without touching him. Forming an almost intimate, but not yet full embracing position. Mr. Lin. Lin Han listened to that voice, trying to pull himself out of the unspeakable grief, and barely managed to settle down. I'm fine, he said. He really didn't have any other thoughts, he just felt the shock of eternity in this moment, and then was swept away by this shock, disappearing into a tiny dust. What kind of existence was he in the universe? And he Yun-ting, as if he knew what he was thinking at the moment, suddenly opened his mouth. It was the same when I first saw the stars. Lin Han was a little surprised and looked up at him. Space dizziness, he Yun-ting explained, I also had it at that time, don't be afraid, Mr. Lin. At that time, he Yun-ting was still too young and fearless, with an enviable pheromone and mental strength, moreover. He had the ability and will that was unattainable by ordinary people. In the first 3 rounds of the pilot selection no one was his opponent, all eyes were on him. And although he was reticent, he also had the conceit and pride of a teenager. At that time, he Yun-ting felt that the world was his, he was young and full of dreams. Until he first boarded a battleship and came into contact with the stars for the first time. He felt like something had caught his breath, and a strong feeling of suffocation surrounded him. He, at that moment, seemed so small. Not even worthy of a little existence. The fruits of mankind's efforts over the years weren't worth anything in space. Happy or sad, big or small, it was no more than the carbon base calculated by the death of a star. For the first time, he Yun-ting began to fall into panic and doubt, and developed a strong sense of dizziness, feeling inferior and hopeless for his own insignificance. At that time, when I arrived at the border area and drove in space for the first time, all my combat skills disappeared. And I almost couldn't even perform the simplest operations. Lin Han's heart inexplicably welled up with some sadness, as if trying to empathize with the other. He didn't say anything, just listened quietly. I was just like you. Or even worse than you, I started to remember a lot of unnecessary things, trying to use them to calm myself down. He Yun-ting stood up, and behind him, far away, there was a white dwarf star with no more fusion reactions, with a pale light but a blazing temperature. But when I really tried to navigate, I suddenly calmed down again, strangely enough. Just for a moment, he looked at Lin Han's face and seemed to want to give him a reassuring smile, but gave up because he wouldn't use such an expression, then continued. Because there's nothing that won't perish. Lin Han's heart twitched. And the eyelashes that looked at He Yun-ting trembled a little. There was nothing that wouldn't perish. He Yun-ting said. The universe is no different from us. The sky and the earth were just a drop in the ocean. The stubborn battleship would be reduced to pieces, and the indestructible mecha would eventually turn into scrap. Their end was no different from that of a star. But no matter what, we all have the present. Lin Han looked at him. His eyes gradually becoming clear from the faintest confusion, as if washed by the clearest sweet rain, and then looked at the cold and deep frown. He Yun-ting, he thought, had a kind of innocence about him that he didn't even know. It was also another kind of romantic philosophy when it came to saying such words. He Yun-ting had no other thoughts when he was hugging him during his susceptible period, and when he jokingly raised the question of whether he liked him or not, he still thought seriously before saying, "I don't know." Lin Han often wondered if He Yun-ting himself was unaware of some of his subconscious thoughts. All these years he walked alone in the darkness with the responsibility of his family and country. Would he be unable to breathe because of the deep and thick burden? Would he be struck by the starry confusion constantly? But this was how he came through. Pulling off the mud attached to his body, throwing it into the abyss, and then standing in the sunlight again with hope. He knew that the Milky Way was vast and immense, but he could also get the quietness of peace from it. Lin Han suddenly felt that all his previous vain sentiments had become worthless, and that all the fragments of particles in all forms had merged into the universe, forming a never-ending cycle. "Look," He Yun-ting raised his face, "that's a dust nebula not far from us." Lin Han followed his gaze. The pale blue nebulae were clustered together, they didn't even have names and were visible only by reflecting the light of nearby stars. They're right in front of us now. But who knows how many billions of years of long travel these lights have taken to reach this world and meet us. This time He Yun-ting's tone was calm. There was no tension, no indifference, just a low and gentle voice. It was something he had once experienced, and now he wanted to be able to make another person less anxious and confused. We're born in the ephemeral present. But we're also the stardust of the universe. Lin Han, He Yun-ting called his name. The light of his blue eyes falling across a sea of billions of years of stars into this moment of coincidence, there's no need to doubt the meaning of existence. Your existence itself. The author has something to say. I unilaterally declare that from today onwards Lao He becomes my favorite gong I have written. I know it's not right to make people wait. But it's really slow to write. I changed a lot. And feel that their own barren words can't express the desired feeling, so it's very painful and tangled. Chapter 35. There was a long silence between the two men. He Yun-ting seemed to use all the words he could think of, trying to help him with each of them. He really didn't have any other ideas, just saw that Lin Han was uncomfortable, and sincerely recounted to him what had once affected him as well, spread it out. And then told him his own understanding. Lin Han's eyes felt a little teary. He knew He Yun-ting was just trying to comfort him, trying to tell him the meaning of existence, not talking about obscure love words. But the universe was originally endlessly romantic. When he was about to be overwhelmed by this unexplained sadness, He Yun-ting stood in front of him, using the simplest words, holding his hands, and fished his heart back up. If the particles of the Milky Way, or the life and death of stars, would eventually become the cycle of the universe, then he and He Yun-ting may have known each other for a long time. They could be with each other embracing the dusty atmosphere of space, or they could be two distant stars looking at each other. The dizziness faded away. But Lin Han was still a bit weak, so he simply kneeled down. Looking at the starry sky outside the observation room window, He Yun-ting was standing there looking at him, as if he was still worried about his condition. "Mr. Lin." Lin Han let out a hum, took a few deep breaths and tried to push the dizziness out of his head. "I'm better. I'm fine." He Yun-ting pursed his lips, but his eyes didn't move away from Lin Han's body. "I'm really better." Lin Han lightly hooked the corners of his lips, lowering his voice. Since it was echoing in this small space, with a feathery texture. "I really wanted to be in a mecha before I entered the university." He Yun-ting quietly listened. "But not to mention the training like your base, I almost didn't even pass the entrance physical test." Lin Han laughed bitterly, "but I was determined. I squatted every day at the Emperor Military University mecha training room and fighting field over there to see. I wanted to see if there was a mecha I could drive. Even one with the lowest level. At that time I still only needed one nutritional supplement a day, and I felt that I should be able to hold on even if my body held out. I didn't want to give up." The fighting room at Imperial Military University, I don't know if you still remember it, was full of a bunch of young and vigorous alphas, Lin Han said. Sometimes there would be pheromones leaking out, and I couldn't stand it, but I couldn't be caught. So I had to secretly find a corner to watch every day. Then I finally waited for an opportunity. I waited for everyone to leave, and I was the only one left in there, and I wanted to try and go in. He Yun-ting still stood close to Lin Han in silence. His back was the existence of billions of years of infinite galaxies. Lin Han's eyelashes quivered as he looked at He Yun-ting, and behind him, I found a mecha that wasn't even mid-range, a 4-to-1 kind. When the cockpit wasn't as advanced as it is now, and many of the procedures and actions needed to be done manually. I was very confident at the time. After all, I had always been number one in theoretical knowledge. I could memorize all the operation patterns of complex procedures, and thought that such a simple mecha would be easy to navigate. Later, Lin Han's voice trailed off. I started the mecha. Fired up the engine with ease, and that was the end of it. Except for those two. I couldn't even perform the most basic movements, and the mecha was driving me backwards and forwards. I tried to use my mental powers to steer it, but it still didn't work. I couldn't steer it at all, not in any way. But I didn't give up. I tried for ages in the middle of the night alone. In the end, it was still futile. Lin Han saw He Yun-ting blink, and his blue eyes dimmed a bit, as if he was sad for him. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't frustrated. I was alone in the dormitory for a long time, and I couldn't even operate a low-level mecha like this. At that time, I thought it was just metal. So why couldn't I do it? I was too obsessed with the galaxy. Lin Han paused for a moment. Did I say too much? No. As if he was afraid Lin Han would be upset, He Yun-ting answered quickly. What happened afterwards? Lin Han said. Afterwards, actually, I didn't stay down for too long. I thought, if I can't master them, then I'll try to build them. That way. I've seen the Milky Way. Lin Han finished and looked at He Yun-ting. Is this idea of mine kinda weird? Not weird at all, He Yun-ting replied in a deep voice. Lin Han shifted his position on the floor to where he was hugging his knees, tilted his head to look at He Yun-ting, and heard him repeat. Not weird at all, He Yun-ting said. Mr. Lin is doing well. And now you've seen the Milky Way, too. The curve of Lin Han's lips unconsciously lifted up a point and said, He Yun-ting didn't say anything else, since he wasn't the one who would liven up the atmosphere. But Lin Han felt very comfortable. Such silence made him feel at ease. The battleship was still flying smoothly. Eventually, Lin Han blinked his eyes and finally looked sleepy. He Yun-ting sensed it. I'll take Mr. Lin back. Okay. Lin Han nodded, but didn't stand up. Instead he said to He Yun-ting, we'll be at the border area tomorrow, right? When will the Arinarong Nebula appear? Lin Han said slowly. I would love to see it if I get the chance. Lin Han saw He Yun-ting ponder briefly and replied, it will appear. He Yun-ting reverted to his usual speech pattern, where he repeated his short sentences twice. There'll be a chance, and it will appear. Okay. Lin Han remained in a comfortable knee-hugging position, looking up at He Yun-ting in the starry sky behind him, and spoke in a small voice, General. He Yun-ting lowered his eyes to look at him and didn't say anything. Lin Han smiled at him. Curving his eyes, looking gentle and soft, extending his hand, pull me a little. Whether he said his legs were weak or capricious, he knew He Yun-ting would definitely pull him up. He Yun-ting was stunned for a moment, but he quickly took an obedient step closer, and a pair of warm hands covered his. Lin Han also cooperated by bracing himself on the floor to stand back up. Thank you, General, Lin Han said. He Yun-ting didn't want to look at him, and also let go of his hand. Lin Han's palm still had the other party's calloused touch and He Yun-ting's heartfelt voice that was different from his usual tone. Mr. Lin is so great. So why don't I dare to look at him? The third day of the voyage was also quite smooth. Lin Han woke up early. His space vertigo from the night before had completely disappeared, or perhaps he had seen the Milky Way and became more and more energetic. He Yun-ting gave him the right to enter and leave the captain's room, but he still knocked politely every time he went in and waited for permission before entering. When he entered today, He Yun-ting was already fully dressed and sitting in the command seat. Vice Captain Yi Ling was sitting aside and greeted Lin Han politely when he saw him coming in. The battleship was well stocked, and Lu Anhe had asked the housekeeping team for a very generous breakfast, and was now feasting on it in the corner, helping He Yun-ting check the surveillance while doing so. Has Mr. Lin had breakfast yet? Lu Anhe really cared more about this and began to recommend today's special to Lin Han, anyway. I don't know if it's me, I think it's better than at the base. After saying that, he also carefully glanced at He Yunting. Seeing no other reaction from his boss, Lu Anhe settled down and stuffed the last piece of dessert into his mouth. Eaten. Lin Han smiled at Lu Anhe and said, "Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Lu." As they were talking, reporting came from outside the door and a young face Lin Han hadn't seen before came in. Lu Anhe's eyes lit up when he saw him and beckoned to him, "Old Ji." The young officer gave Lu Anhe a look, but still walked up to He Yunting first and saluted, "General." He reported to He Yunting, "The ship's mecha are all here and all pilots are in position. We can carry out the mission immediately when we get to the border area." He Yunting nodded. Lin Han looked at the young officer with the rank of major, standing straight and in high spirits. With a smile on his lips and a little bit of respect and nervousness for He Yunting. The border area currently has a stable temperature. We can land. And there are no star pirates. We have contacted the Oddbound Bio system and the other side said as in previous years, they won't intervene in the exercise practical training. So General can rest assured. All pilots on board are in good physical condition, and the weapons for the exercise are loaded. The Oddbound Bio system was the star system adjacent to the border area, on which there were many unusual creatures living. Lower oddbound creatures with no autonomous consciousness and higher oddbound creatures that could communicate with humans. The common features were that they could adapt to the harsh environment of the planet. The climate of the oddbound galaxy was harsh, the average daily temperature was above 60 degrees Celsius, 140 F, and the atmosphere was thin. Some of these creatures had tails and ears. Some could only crawl, and some didn't even have limbs, rolling on the ground like a strange orb. Their diet and living habits were also very different from those of humans, and even among them. The higher and lower creatures had very different habits. However, despite their strange appearance, the unusual creatures were gentle in nature and wouldn't actively intervene in any interstellar strife. Therefore, an agreement was reached with the Empire that the fourth round of practical training could be chosen to take place in the border area between the two stars, where they provide convenience for the Empire and the Empire will protect them from frequent attacks by star pirates to a certain extent. He reported some more basic information. He Yunting listened to them one by one, and after confirming that there were no surprises, he opened the authorization light screen and pressed his fingerprint, "OK." The officer's eyes were bright with expectation and a little blush, and he said excitedly, "Appointment received. I promise to execute the mission perfectly." He Yunting nodded and said nothing more. A few moments later, probably because there was a small situation in the command room, He Yunting stood up from his seat and went to the command room. After all, his rank was the highest, and the atmosphere in the room was lower when he was there. When he closed the door, Lu Anhe immediately waved towards the young officer, "Old Ji. Old Ji, come here." Vice Captain Yi Ling also smiled at the young man. "It's been another year, you look more spirited." "That's right," Lu Anhe interjected. "Look at you, you've been promoted to such a good rank." He patted the young officer's shoulder. "By the way, let me introduce, this is, hello, Mr. Lin." Before Lu Anhe finished, the young man himself came over to greet Lin Han. His eyes were bright and he had small tiger teeth when he smiled. "I heard your name when I came here, but it's my first time meeting you, so I'm a bit nervous." He paused and scratched his head before he realized he forgot to introduce himself. "My name is Ji Meng. I'm here to cooperate with the command arrangement for the fourth round of practical training." Lu Anhe was afraid that Lin Han would find his nickname strange, Mr. Lin. The name, Old Ji, is actually quite popular, hope you don't mind. He Yunting wasn't there, so everyone relaxed a bit. Yi Ling also added a couple of words. Ji Meng and Old Lu shared a bunk before in the military school, so they became very good friends, but then they transferred to different places, so they can only meet once a year. Lin Han looked at the young man in front of him and unexpectedly felt that the person and the name were quite compatible. Ji Meng's face was red, probably because he was still a little excited to see Lin Han, and his voice was clear. "Yes. But the mecha I'm using now is still the same batch that Mr. Lin made, and I'm too happy to see the real person now, sorry." His enthusiasm did infect Lin Han, and he couldn't help but smile and greet him as well. Lin Han didn't wear gloves these days, and he didn't refuse when Ji Meng extended his hand, so he heard the young major's heartfelt voice with adoration. Tilda, I really met Mr. Lin. Tilda. Tilda, I'm so excited. Tilda, I'm in charge of this every year. But this is the first year you've come. Ji Meng drew back his hand and still couldn't resist expressing his excitement. Sorry. Mr. Lin. I'm so happy today, seeing old friends and meeting you. Ji Meng gave off an energetic feeling, and Lin Han didn't mind, so he waved his hand. It's okay. Ji Meng began to catch up with Lu Anhei. And it was obvious that the two had indeed been friends for many years and had deep feelings for each other, until He Yunting came back. And Ji Meng became nervous again and talked less. Although Lu Anhei followed him for a long time and dared to say anything, Ji Meng didn't often see He Yunting, treating him with a kind of supreme reverence. Seeing him return, he saluted again and returned to his post. He Yunting didn't say anything, just looked at Lin Han, returned to his position and sat down again. Everything continued to proceed in an orderly manner, during which Wen Tian Yao finally came up to make a round, and left soon after. And half a day later, along with a loud noise, the battleship began to reduce speed. It gradually sailed to its destination and docked at the exclusive location in the border area. The annual practical training exercise was about to begin. The author has something to say. Kak, I'm coming. The plot line is really my weak point. I'm suffering too seriously. Kneeling. In addition, a small cutie said there should be an angst warning. I saw the protagonist of an emotional drama. It shouldn't be too sad, and the story will soon progress, believe me. Chapter 36. The content of the fourth round of practical training didn't sound complicated. All pilots were divided into two teams. The training was divided into two sections. The first was a drill mecha filled with simulated ammunition for exercises, similar to normal military exercises. The two sides were against each other, and the final decision was made based on the area covered by the simulated ammunition and the number of pilots remaining. The losing side would be eliminated, except for those who perform exceptionally well. The winning side had a new test, which varied from year to year, depending on the situation. Only those who passed all the training would become part of the base and have their own mecha. The ship docked at the side, and after a count, the mecha were numbered, divided into groups, and began the final checks. Lin Han hadn't checked his mecha before because of the late boarding time, but before the official start, Lin Han received his number and went to Ji Meng's mecha for insurance purposes. Lin Han entered Ji Meng's mecha cabin. The other side was humming something softly. Clearly, he was already a major in rank, but Ji Meng's voice was the same as his name, with a clear sense of youth. The tune he was humming sounded like a ballad of some years ago. The melody had an exotic accent, like a memory, but also like a story. Young man walking outside the woods. I met the young man for the first time. The clouds and shadows wandered together. He fell in love. Lin Han only heard a few lines vaguely before Ji Meng stopped and nodded towards him with some embarrassment. Mr. Lin. I'm sorry. Lin Han returned the smile. It's very nice. Really? Ji Meng then also smiled, showing small tiger teeth. I heard the song when I was studying. I can't even remember its name. I heard it was passed down from a long time ago, and I liked it so much that I added it to the mecha's player. Lin Han said, really? And after receiving a glowing look from the other side, he went to his mecha pod and helped him debug it. Ji Meng's advanced mecha, which Lin Han had developed with a colleague 2 years ago, featured a twin cannon that could freely switch between a light-speed pulse cannon for melee combat and a cluster laser cannon for long-range use in a very short time of energy storage. The defense system had also been enhanced. Although not as well known as the Aegis, but compared to many similar mecha it was still on top. Lin Han suddenly asked curiously, do you have a name for your mecha? Ji Meng seemed to freeze for a moment before saying, yes. He looked as if he thought back to something. I was laughed at before, saying that my mechas was as feminine as my name. Perhaps Ji Meng's name really did subject him to a lot of gossip. Lin Han paused. It's okay not to tell me, sorry. Redberry. But Ji Meng took the initiative to say, its name is Redberry. Ji Meng asked with some urgency, does it sound weird? No. Lin Han softened his voice, it's a good name. It must also have a meaning. Lin Han lightly clicked on the console and heard a soft female voice coming from the Mecha AI system. Hello. Junior. Redberry K1. Self-test program has been initiated. Some AI voice programs could be artificially set. So Ji Meng nervously glanced at Lin Han and found that the other didn't mind his voice system in any way, which put his mind at ease. Because it was a drill, the load was simulated, the defense piece wasn't specially improved, only the usual equipment was continued, but it was enough. Lin Han checked the console and internal systems, confirmed that there were no surprises and left the mecha cabin and returned to the warship deck. As for the calibration of the new pilots, due to the heavy workload, they were usually checked by the base first. And only if there were any accidents would they be reported to the specially hired mecha repairer. Lin Han didn't receive any abnormal reports. And the entire boarding process was guarded, everything was done according to the process. In addition to the prospective pilots who were in dire need of examination, the battleship also had some base sergeants on board, not many but half of them were from the elite team, just in case there might be an unexpected situation. In addition, Wen Tian Yao as the prince also brought a wave of his own elite, together with the battleship. Ji Meng soon also walked down from his mecha. Lu Anhe said hello to him. After all, the two of them only saw each other once a year, there were always too many things to talk about. Lu Anhe also had an unconventional and unrestrained nature, hiking Ji Meng's shoulders and talking endlessly, from small things about the base to what snacks they had recently stocked up on, from training routine to Aegis, shield. And Ji Meng just continued smiling and listening, not interrupting. Only occasionally when he needed to respond, he was very cooperative and added a few words here and there. Really? It's too hard for me, Lu Anhe cried in front of Ji Meng, just this time. Almost, twice. I'm going to lose my wife. Ji Meng naturally knew who the wife Lu Anhe was talking about and asked, what's wrong? Lu Anhe cried out, she was almost torn apart. Ji Meng didn't know the reason and said naturally, but Mr. Lin is here. So if there's really a problem, you can ask him to fix her. Lieutenant Colonel Lu couldn't say anything, after all. How unrestrained he was, he could not tear down his boss's stage. Telling him that it was because of Mr. Lin that his wife fell into the tiger's mouth twice, and had to say, next time, I will. Ji Meng thought such a Lu Anhe was very interesting, looking at him he began to laugh. Lu Anhe glared at him, but couldn't really get angry. So he had to helplessly pretend to vent and pat Ji Meng's back, come on old Ji. You only know how to laugh at me. After all these years. You're still like this. But the two didn't last long. Soon after the count was completed, He Yun-ting came out of the captain's room, Ji Meng saluted him and returned to his post. The first Alpha and Beta 2 team exercise, since it was still in the border area near the Empire, open and barely safe. So it usually didn't require the commander to go down personally, they just had to maintain close communication with the front line. Ji Meng still looked back this way when he was returning to his team, Yi Ling was waving at him. And Lu Anhe was also squinting at him and comparing mouth patterns, not knowing what code words he was saying. At this moment, Lin Han suddenly remembered the song he had just heard in the mecha cabin. Lin Han may not know who the teenagers he was singing about were, but at least at this moment, they had all participated in each other's youth. The Alpha and Beta groups were divided, and Chi Jamu was placed in the Alpha group, assigned the most conventional QT mecha. None of the mechas were identical, but to ensure fairness, there was no great disparity in functionality, and the main test was the level of operation of the pilots themselves. Ji Meng reboarded his brand new Redberry, and led the Alpha and Beta teams to their standby positions as the lead pilot. Redberry's mission this time, in addition to close real-time reporting of the training situation, was also a task in the Alpha and Beta groups as a jammer. His mecha didn't belong to either team, but no matter which team, if they could successfully hit the Redberry with a simulated bomb, and the attack was judged to be effective, then the team could get a high amount of extra points. But generally not many people could get this extra point, after all. It was the first time they participated in practical training, so barely completing the task in the thin atmosphere and gravity was good, but not many people could run after Redberry and get an extra point. With the Alpha and Beta groups in position, Ji Meng also returned to his position. He reported to the battleship over the comm, Redberry K1. Pilot Ji Meng, ready. Command Ship Vice Captain, Yi Ling. Ready. Command Ship Communicator, Lu Anhei. Ready. Command Ship Mecha Division, Lin Han. Ready. All positions were reported one by one, and within a short silence of the communicator, an icy voice rang out. Command Ship, Chief Commander, He Yun-ting. Let the maneuvers begin. Both groups of pilots went out. Some of them really still couldn't immediately adapt to the strong weightlessness here, and after starting the engines there were even 2 or 3 mecha that couldn't fly properly and were staggering and about to fall over. Some of the more gifted pilots succeeded at once. And their mecha left the ground and rose and accelerated rapidly, beginning to move toward the target. On the battleship, everyone was staring at every move of the prospective pilots. Wen Tianyao also came up. But in order not to interfere with the exercise, he just watched in silence and didn't make a sound. Redberry rose to a safe position, observing the actions of the 2 groups. While reporting to the battleship, the 2 groups are about to rendezvous. Group A eliminated one by itself. In Group B 2 pilots abstained due to physical discomfort. Report complete. Roger. Continue with the mission, Lu Anhei replied. Soon. After a short adaptation period, the 2 groups drew together, and some members chose to flank them, trying to steal 1 or 2 mecha from the other side. All tactics were allowed, as long as you could lead your group to victory in this maneuver. Group B had a mecha take the lead. It spotted a certain mecha in Group A that was trying to shut down its radar system to get further with Group B. The pilot made a snap decision. Unleashed its pulse gun, and attacked the other group straight on. The mecha of Group A was trying to counterattack, however. It might have been because the pilot wasn't very skilled or just ended up making a mistake, but when they failed to dodge, the defensive shield wasn't set up either, so it was simply hit by the mecha of Group B. The simulated bullet with no killing power made a soft sound when it touched the metal surface, and then burst open on the surface of the mecha of Group A. Group A. M15. Eliminated. The pilot on the M15 probably didn't expect to be pronounced so dryly. The mecha arm had only just been raised, and he couldn't even shoot a stray bullet before it was announced. The M15's pilot resigned himself to a slow descent, while the Group B that hit it scored extra points for its success. The Group B pilot maneuvered the mecha arm and did a fist bump. It's a little intense this time. Lu Anhei looked at the M15 that had withdrawn its equipment. At the same time, the Group B pilot refloated and probably got lucky and spotted Redberry on the side. The mecha immediately started to recharge its energy, trying to use the same method as before to hit Redberry and get extra points. But Ji Meng wasn't a new recruit like M15. He had already sensed his opponent's intentions, and easily avoided the simulated bullets coming at him in the air. After that, no matter how hard that Group B mecha tried, it couldn't attack him even a little. Yi Ling couldn't help but laugh. How does it feel that the old quarter is playing with the newcomers? This isn't his favorite time of year. Lu Anhei also said, not many can hit him. But because they want to get extra points, they finally put the cart before the horse, and others stole the ass. This kind of drama can be seen every year, too common. But this time the Group B mecha wasn't so stupid. After discovering that there was a strength disparity between himself and Ji Meng, he decisively chose to give up and continued to look for the next target of Group A at this moment. A new cluster of Group A's mechas also arrived one after another. Group A M34. Eliminated. Group A M09, eliminated. Ji Meng kept reporting the results of the exercise on the communicator. Lu Anhei was a bit puzzled. No way this year's Group A is so weak. 3 units have been eliminated, and none of them have fired a single shot, so all of them are cold. He Yun-ting was still staring at the battle situation, his eyebrows were tightly knit. The pilot who had eliminated 3 Group A mecha in a row was clearly excited, his entire body and mecha were in a state of feverish exuberance. Suddenly, a mecha from Group A suddenly accelerated from some direction and rushed over. The Group B pilot reacted quickly and immediately fired 2 shots at each other, but this time the Group A pilot was different from the others and dodged them one by one with agility. It didn't even have to make a move. Nor did it need to open its defensive shield, the other side couldn't even touch him. There's something about this guy. Lu Anhei took a look at the number, Group A M21. The M21, which was fighting with Group B, suddenly discovered Redberry, that was watching not far away, and immediately intended to leave Group B behind. with its engine roaring, and rushed over to Ji Meng's side. What? Lu Anhei opened his mouth wide. He's still followed by the enemy. This is not even a real fight. So you want the old Ji's extra points? Ji Meng laughed lightly in the communicator. It's okay, I'm watching. As if he had decided that Ji Meng was his target, M21 nimbly dodged the attack behind him while activating the mecha's advanced attack level. It was possible to activate the mecha's attack level during drills, but since the internships were all simulated rounds, the power was actually much the same. And people would generally prioritize the pursuit of a hit rather than bothering to activate a higher level. Lin Han suddenly felt something was wrong at this moment. Perhaps it was Mecha Master's intuition. He saw the main cannon on the M21's chest begin to accumulate energy, emitting a dazzling white light. No. That wasn't good. Simulated ammunition didn't have such a bright light. Lin Han's heart fluttered. And he didn't have time to think about anything else, but stood up abruptly and said into his communicator, Ji Meng. Quickly open the light shield defense, boom. Before his words fell, at the same time, everyone heard a deafening boom over the border area. Silence fell over the surrounding area. The pilot inside the M21 didn't even seem to react to what was happening, hanging rigidly in the air. The explosion. It wasn't like some training bomb, but it was a real heavy metal mega particle main gun used in combat. The explosion rang out in the sky. Buzz. Beep, beep, beep. The communication belonging to Redberry was cut off. Redberry K1. Redberry K1. Please respond when you hear me. Redberry K1's emergency procedures are applied and its cockpit pilot protection automatically turned on. Redberry K1. Do you copy? Please respond. Lu Anhei's voice was shaking, and he could no longer communicate in standard mode. Can you hear me? Old Ji. Answer me. Lin Han, who had been deaf for a short time, had no time to say anything else, but opened the emergency link between the mecha, an emergency visual message sent by a superior ship to a potentially damaged mecha after an accident, with a special key that didn't require a direct response from the corresponding mecha. He tried to be calm, his hands smoothly entering the program one at a time. Buzz. Beep beep, beep. 3 minutes later, the interfering items were eliminated. The original harsh noise disappeared, and the emergency video message with mecha reopened. Lin Han was too late to see the sudden tightening of He Yunting's lips, nor could he see Lu Anhei's suddenly red eyes. The video message from Redberry suddenly appeared in front of everyone. In the clear color video, Ji Meng was still wearing the pilot suit. But the tightly closed eyes and no signs of life fluctuation curve cruelly announced the facts. His shield had opened. But he simply didn't know that the other side opened the highest level of attack in wartime. Even if the pilot self-rescue system didn't pop out, with only the lowest layer of light shield opened, it simply couldn't prevent the attack of a heavy metal mega particle cannon. Ji Meng's internal organs were shattered in a moment, even the pain was too late, as if he was asleep. Excluding the blood flowing from the corners of the mouth, hardly any injuries could be seen on his body. The room was full of silence. They could no longer hear Ji Meng's voice. In its place, only the player that had been echoing in the communicator, which hadn't yet had time to turn off. Lin Han's heart choked. That was the ballad he had heard before, the one Ji Meng had hummed under his breath. The program was cold. It did not know the pilot's condition, still in the previously set system, week after week. Playing the pilot's life before the choice, the melody of the winding and melodious. By a small river near the field, flowers bloom. I strolled with a young boy outside the woods, but we both had to part after all. I keep walking. Silent. Without any words, I can't say my parting words. At some point, a butterfly stirred its wings. The author has something to say. The ballad. The main idea comes from the classic Russian ballad, Hong Mei Wa Er Kai, Oj Svatet Kalina, Oh. Kalina's blooming one, but recently Mao Jianli has a cover, but also very poke me. Interested in listening to a QWQ the feeling. The emotional line without a knife. Kneel down, don't scold me. This setting is important. QAQ. Ji Meng's heart is considered a white space, he can be anyone. Chapter 37. Why was there a particle cannon? Why did the mecha, which was clearly used for maneuvers, turn into an attack with live ammunition? In the silence, He Yunting was the first one to react. His expression seemed to change only at the moment he connected to the video, and soon returned to his initial coldness. Turning on all the mecha's backup communicators and announcing the termination of the exercise, with all the mecha immediately unloading their arsenals and landing at the nearest border of the strange creatures, with all of them standing by in place. Due to the thin gravity, Redberry didn't immediately fall after the attack, but hung overhead. Its forehead already broken in pieces, the metal floating in the air, slowly descending. Lu Anhei seemed unable to accept this fact, clenched his teeth. His eyes filled with blood, but he didn't say a word. All the mecha began to slowly put away all their weapons, including the group AM-21 that had attacked Redberry. But the one with the most ugly face in the room was Wen Tianyao. His face was full of disbelief. Even with a bit of panic, his eyes widened. And he took a step back unconsciously. But no one cared about him now. The place where the incident happened was some distance away from the warship, and the person in charge, Ji Meng, could no longer make a sound. Lu Anhei was trembling and saluted He Yunting. "I'll go there now." Reporting to General, I apply to take over Major Ji Meng's position and continue to be in charge of this matter. He Yunting's eyes were deep as he nodded. After the instant appointment was over, Lu Anhei grabbed his mecha's key and was about to rush out. "Stay in place and keep in touch." He Yunting also stood up after handing over to Yi Ling beside him. "I'll go too." He Yunting paused when he reached the door and turned back. "Mr. Lin. Stay here." Lin Han actually wanted to follow, but finally looked at Wen Tianyao beside him and nodded in silence. He Yunting and Lu Anhei moved quickly. And it didn't take long for Lin Han to see M.2742 and Aegis shield landing in place as fast as they could on the screen in the captain's room. All the pilots of Group A and Group B came out of the cockpit. Some of them were still unsure when they first arrived at the scene, but when they saw the Imperial General standing in front of them, they still subconsciously huffed. And Lu Anhei piloted Aegis and picked up Redberry. It was only when they saw Lu Anhei come out with his hands holding Ji Meng, who had no breath, that all of them realized the seriousness of the matter. A group of pilots except the M21, the rest of the people gathered together, glanced over. Chi Jamu surprisingly also among them. Lin Han's mentality was forged and a certain string in his heart was loosened at this moment, and a kind of gratitude was born. 2 minutes later, M21's pilot came out with shaky legs, holding the hatch. Lin Han wasn't familiar with this face. So he was thinking for a while before he remembered, it was a new recruit whose strength was inferior to Chi Jamu. In fact, his overall strength wasn't bad, but probably Chi Jamu attracted all the attention, so he couldn't care about him. "It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It really wasn't me." The moment he saw the person in Lu Anhei's arms, he seemed dumbfounded and kept defending incoherently. "I really didn't expect to hit, I just wanted to score, I just wanted to score." Lu Anhei heard a voice and looked up stiffly with a cold tone. "Then why did you use the highest attack level?" The recruit was almost on the verge of falling to his knees in shock. "I don't know. I don't know. I just heard that the hit rate would be higher. Group A had already shot down 3 units. I could only try. I never knew the ammunition had been replaced from the beginning. I didn't want to kill anyone." He was about to fall in front of everyone. A few pilots' faces emerged with a look of intolerance, but it was quickly squashed again. Lu Anhei tightened the force of his arms after hearing the word, "kill," and restrained himself for a moment before saying with red eyes, "So you know it's murder." The man was still explaining in a pale and feeble manner. A pair of military boots stopped in front of him. The man who was begging for mercy was suddenly subconsciously silenced in fear. He Yunting stood in front of him, obviously not as anxious and angry as Lu Anhei, and his tone was cold and emotionless, but it made the other person's voice rise 2 points in fear. "Take him back," he said. While in the captain's room, Lin Han's gaze landed on Wen Tianyao. That was the reason for him to stay here. The other's face looked bad, his lips were white, his eyes full of panic. But probably to maintain his image that he held on, he was silent. Yi Ling was still in charge of communication, so Lin Han looked around and took a step back. "Your Highness the Prince." He took the initiative to open his mouth, his tone calm. Wen Tianyao didn't expect Lin Han to take the initiative to talk to him, and was surprised for a moment before he could barely hold his composure and respond, "MN. I heard that this isn't the first time that your highness has participated in practical training. Lin Han's face gradually showed a puzzled expression, as if he was really just curious about this issue. Was there a similar situation in the past? No. No, Wen Tianyao answered quickly, never before. After he finished his answer, he realized that his tone was too nervous and quickly regained his composure and gave Lin Han a decent smile. Don't be afraid. Mr. Lin. This must be an accident. I believe we'll find out the truth soon enough. Okay. Lin Han listened, as if relieved. Then I'm relieved. The look on his face seemed to relax, and then he smiled at Wen Tianyao, extending his hand as if to express his gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. Wen Tianyao didn't know why Lin Han made this gesture and why he wanted to shake his own hand when thanking him, but his long-standing habit made him subconsciously extend his own hand and politely shake Lin Han's. No need to say thank you. We both want to know the truth as soon as possible. Indeed, Lin Han drew back his hand, and his ears were filled with the other person's heartfelt words. Impossible. No way. I'm really just here to spy on them. Luo also said that there would be no accidents. 2 hours later. Due to the sudden suspension of the exercise, all mecha temporarily returned to the warship. Lin Han came out of the captain's room and started checking the mecha one by one. The mecha of Group B had no problems, including the weapons arsenal, while all the mecha of Group A had their weapons arsenal replaced with weapons with real lethality without anyone's knowledge. In other words, at that time, as long as any of the Group A mecha launched an attack, it would cause the exercise to go out of control. But why did it have to be Ji Meng? A long time had already passed after Lin Han had verified all the mecha. In the middle of the day, he couldn't even eat a meal and only took 2 token supplements to barely keep his body functioning. His stamina was as poor as ever. And when he finished the last unit of testing, he planned to rush again to tell He Yun-ting what he had heard earlier. It took 2 people to get him to the command module where He Yun-ting was. Lin Han knocked on the door twice. And only after identifying himself did a come from inside. He pushed the door in and saw Lu Anhei, who was covered in disheveled clothes, and He Yun-ting, who was as cold as ever, his face not reflecting what had happened. Lin Han had probably heard some of the aftermath of the incident. No one knew who had replaced the mock-ups for the exercise, and M21's pilot who had opened fire had become fragile and broken under multiple interrogations, and only kept emphasizing that his family had told him that he would get extra points for attacking Redberry during the exercise. I really don't know anything else. I just want to get extra points so badly. Really, that was all that came out of the man's mouth after that. Lin Han walked in and closed the door. No one spoke, and the air was tinged with an oppressive silence. He took 2 steps forward and decided to state the reason for his visit directly. I'm sure it's not Wen Tianyao. Lin Han didn't bother to explain why he learned the news so quickly, nor did he emphasize the fact that he could read minds, but simply stated calmly to the 2 people in front of him, when you didn't come back earlier, I already checked this fact. Lin Han didn't know how much they could believe him, but decided to help anyway. Surprisingly, He Yun-ting didn't have any doubts, but answered in a low voice, I understand. Indeed it couldn't be him. The radicals, as radical as they were only targeting the Zerg, and now being in the border area, the Zerg were nowhere to be seen, and the oddbound creatures were even less likely to be a threat, and in any case, there was no rounding up of their motives and logic for wanting to disrupt this exercise. Lu Anhei leaned against the wall and slid to the ground, his eyes empty and powerless, unlike the other man. Lin Han looked at him helplessly. Mr. Lin. Lu Anhei's voice was faint, completely different from the previous days, as if he had lost his life. Lin Han looked at him with downcast eyes, but only nodded his head, unable to even say words of comfort. Lu Anhei didn't cry. Even the original red eyes were held back by him, but his voice was still hoarse, with an uncontrollable trembling. Mr. Lin. Lu Anhei rearranged his emotions. How much do you know about Wen Tianyao? Lin Han replied frankly, not much. But I can assure you that all the information I give you is true. I know. I don't mean to doubt you. Lu Anhei paused for a moment. The empire has long been not what it appears to be. There was nothing wrong with old Ji. If I have to say he has any fault, it's that he just rose in rank this year and has been in charge of this. Lu Anhei exhaled and continued in a tone of pain that reopened the wound, he was the most suitable. Lin Han heard the word, suitable, his heart inexplicably stung a little. But if next time they aim a little higher, and the target is old Yi, me or even the general, the price is too big. If the other side of the plan has the slightest omission, the consequences are unimaginable. But if it's just the prospective pilots involved in this training, they're not strong enough. Even if they are accountable, they can't be turned over, after all. They are just newcomers who haven't officially entered the squad yet. So, Lu Anhei tilted his head, his lips were trembling as he spoke, and said the final conclusion, he was the most suitable, it could only be him. He can attract enough attention without much risk. After all, it's borrowing the hand of the new recruits. That's so calculating. Lu Anhei finally laughed, with mockery and contempt, fantastic. Lin Han looked at him and remembered the melody Ji Meng had once hummed, and for a moment couldn't even bear to say an apology. Have you ever hugged a corpse? He suddenly asked in a low voice. I got to hold him today. Lu Anhei shuddered, the corpse would still breathe out slightly under my movements, which made me feel that he was still alive, still winking at me. Still smiling at me, listening to my complaints, and then whispering softly. Mr. Lin, at this moment Lu Anhei seemed like he had more to say. So he first glanced at He Yun-ting and saw that the other didn't have any other expressions before he said in a tone that sounded a bit strange in a desperate and hesitant manner, what if I say all this has been arranged? But not for a day or two, but for years and years in a conspiracy. He Yun-ting finally seemed to stir, and he gave Lu Anhei a sideways glance, but didn't know whether he was disliking him for saying too much, or simply wanted to know what Lu Anhei would say next. Lu Anhei only ended up sighing, but I still don't know what the other side is up to. Luo Qi, what exactly does he want to do? After saying this, Lu Anhei seemed to be finally unable to bear it, said, sorry, and pushed the door to leave. At the moment of closing the door, Lin Han heard a long suppressed whimper. He Yun-ting stood still like he had no feelings, from the beginning to the end, his expression didn't change. Only two people were left in the room. He Yun-ting's expression was cold as usual. After a long time, He Yun-ting said, how's Mr. Lin? His tone didn't sound different, the events of today didn't seem to have any effect on him. Lin Han gave a and said he was fine. But there was always an uneasiness that lingered in his mind for a long time. He Yun-ting was too calm. From the moment everything happened, he was the fastest to react. Whether it was the reaction after the incident, or the command and assignment of tasks made. As calm as an emotionless machine. And he looked the same now, as cold as ever. As Lin Han did when he first met him. But Lin Han just felt at this moment that it was more than that. General, Lin Han called out to the other man. He Yun-ting lowered his eyebrows to look at him, and his blue eyes seemed to be tired, but he couldn't find a place to rest peacefully. Lin Han thought back to the entire day after the incident. He Yun-ting was the most indifferent and heartless, as if the death of this subordinate didn't cause the slightest fluctuation in his heart. He raised his hand. Lin Han thought OT himself, even if it was despicable. He still impulsively wanted to touch the other at this moment. Was he really as calm as he seemed? Lin Han tentatively stretched out his index finger and gently tried to put it on the back of He Yun-ting's hand. But just before touching each other, Lin Han was suddenly overwhelmed by a strong wave of emotions. This burst of emotion was so strong with sadness that it almost swept Lin Han away. It was as if he had been in contact with He Yun-ting so many times that when his hand was placed on the other, he didn't just read the other side's heart, but was electrocuted, creating a feeling similar to empathy. Pain with his pain, sorrow with his sorrow. When he touched He Yun-ting, it was as if he felt the other's pain at that moment. An indescribable pain passed through their fingertips, touching each other, spreading through every inch of Lin Han's nerves. Lin Han closed his eyes. A sigh of relief preceded the sound of his heart. He Yun-ting was clearly still expressionless at this moment, but Lin Han heard his sigh in his heart. Not only that, he unexpectedly spied too many complex emotions in this brief contact. It was a deep sense of powerlessness, a feeling of guilt, a self-condemnation of oneself. And behind the censure and sigh, He Yun-ting hid all these emotions, put them away in his heart. And then used his heart and blood to inscribe a tombstone for these warriors who had sacrificed their lives. Then he stood up again and told himself, as he wouldn't have any other emotions, that he couldn't be powerless, nor could he be sad. Because he could sweep away everything before him, because he was able to triumph in every battle. But behind that sigh, Lin Han heard the other clearly again. Tilda, it was my fault. Tilda. Tilda, I couldn't say anything to Anhei because it was my fault. Tilda, General, Lin Han suddenly called out. He Yunting's fingers moved, seemingly still immersed in the emotions in his heart, subconsciously unwilling to let Lin Han touch. And it was at this moment that Lin Han stretched out his hand again and firmly clasped the other party's fingers that wanted to break free. The author has something to say. I need to explain the various accusations received from the last chapter. This is an interstellar novel. There will be war and casualties. The setting is such that his role, the emotional point he has to bring, is thought of before. If replaced by someone who doesn't even have a name, the big plot twist may not be enough. I'm a pretentious person. If I don't like the character of Ji Meng, and why render his persona, why waste all this ink? I don't know how to become indifferent and dispensable. As for the abrupt, I'm afraid to drag a chapter or two to write this plot again. People will be more upset. I also can't bear. So it was written in the last chapter. To ensure that the emotional line didn't knife is to give an account, but really don't want to take the initiative to dramatize. My previous novels are cheeky little sweet novels. This one I wanted to try to write a plot and starry sky on the basis of emotional lines, but it doesn't seem I'm doing well. But at least now I'm writing what I want to write. Chapter 38. Lin Han firmly clasped He Yunting's hand, and used some force to squeeze the other's fingers, almost into a 10-finger clasp. He Yunting, as if he knew Lin Han could read minds, still tried to escape. But he was held by Lin Han and couldn't escape. He Yunting's inner voice also poured into Lin Han's ears one after another, from self-recrimination to grief. No sentence was missed. Lin Han pursed his lips and didn't speak for a while. He almost forgot that He Yunting was also an ordinary person, after he told him the meaning of his existence. He Yunting's heart even repeated names Lin had never heard of, all of which were soldiers who had lost their lives in the battlefield. The other may just be an ordinary non-commissioned officer, but He Yunting remembered them all, and then, at this moment, in an almost self-mutilating way, dug them out of his memory, and then poured these names into his heart. He didn't know if every time a subordinate fell, He Yunting cycled through this bloodily, but he at least knew that no matter the occasion, He Yunting must have been like this now, his face cold and heartless, as if not swayed by such emotions in the slightest. Just because he was the leader at the top, his joy and happiness were buried by responsibility and questioning. But was that how he should be? General, Lin Han tightened the strength of his fingers, clearly feeling the thin bones of his fingers and the thin calluses on his hands. He called out to He Yunting. But he didn't know how to comfort him. He wanted to say he understood, but couldn't say such a thing to He Yunting. Look at me, Lin Han said. He Yunting, for the first time, resisted looking at Lin Han outright, as if he was running away from something. Tilda, I don't even dare to look at him. Tilda, Lin Han sighed. And finally couldn't continue. He wanted to comfort the other side, but not like this. He Yunting couldn't stay idle, he still had too much to deal with. His communicator kept ringing, and Lin Han knew there were too many places waiting for him, and even resting was a luxury at this moment. Lin Han slowly let go of He Yunting's hand, lowered his head, and stopped asking the other man to look at him. He smiled at He Yunting. General, go ahead and get busy. If no other consolation could work at this moment, then he could at least smile at him. He Yunting answered in a low voice. And until he closed the door and left, he kept avoiding looking at Lin Han. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Lin Han couldn't say that he was sad, but only a little heartbroken. Lin Han could still take nutrition and rest to adjust, but He Yunting could not. After all, they had arrived at the border area, and even though there had been sacrifices and a casualty, they couldn't just stop everything because of this. Lu Anhei was mourning, but also had to take over the rest of Ji Meng's work, and find out the truth. So he couldn't grieve properly, the testing couldn't stop for too long. But before that, he and He Yunting walked up to the murderer. There was a simplified interrogation room in the battleship where the M-21 pilot was being held. His name was Yan Ming. And after a full day of mental shock, he had become a bit of a nervous wreck, and during the time the 5 men were questioning him, he kept talking to himself, but the content was the same. When the two went in, Wen Tianyao obviously expressed the intention to follow, but this time He Yunting attitude was unusually strong. Not even Lu Anhe spoke. Just silently watched He Yunting refuse Wen Tianyao. The power of the royal family was small, but also big. So if Wen Tianyao asserted himself as a prince, He Yunting may not be able to oppose. In the end, Wen Tianyao didn't enter the interrogation room, but his eyes wandered as he said, "If the general has something to say to the soldier, I won't go in." He Yunting, however, didn't hear his words and entered the interrogation room with Lu Anhe without saying a word. When the two walked up to Yan Ming, the other man was obviously agitated, but kept repeating under his breath, "I didn't kill anyone, General. I didn't kill anyone, I really don't know anything." During the questioning, Yan Ming's spirit was getting lower and lower, to the point of almost breaking. "My family situation isn't very good, I know that if I enter the base, at least I can properly feed my family. That was really all I was aiming for at the beginning. So I went into the base. And I really wanted to try to do well, to try to be number one. But I couldn't win against Chi Jamu no matter how hard I tried. I admit to being biased against him, I didn't like the way he looked. But I wasn't as strong as him. Gradually, many people began to ostracize him. It was around this time that I felt my family became strange. Last visit, my mother mysteriously came to me, saying that if I shine in the 4th round of practical training, I will definitely get into the base, and they will be proud of me. I told my mother that Chi Jamu was too strong, so how could I possibly do better than him? As a result, she said, "It's okay. Just change your target." I admit to being compelled to do so. Because who wouldn't be impressed to be able to overpower the number one who had been so far ahead? She told me to just go after the monitoring mecha in the 4th round and attack him, using the highest attack level, so that the hit rate would be much higher and the simulated bullets wouldn't cause casualties. I really didn't think about anything else. My family kept telling me that, "You did become the brightest one." Redberry didn't dodge it because he believed that no one would really open the highest attack level against him, and even at the last moment, only opened the lowest defense shield. Lu Anhe said coldly, "Haven't you ever wondered why your mother would suddenly say this? And where did the information come from? As far as I know, before you came to the base, you had been living in the Q district, right?" Yan Ming's lips trembled violently, as if he just realized this fact. Yeah, how could she know in such detail that day? She spoke about it as soon as she came, and I admit that because I was always pressed by Chi Jamu, I didn't immediately think about this fact. Yan Ming seemed to realize only now. At that time her tone sounded too compelling. "I didn't expect my mother may be under the control of someone, Commander. Send someone to protect her." "There's no doubt, it's too late." He Yunting, who had been silent, said only 2 words. "From the moment you managed to hit Redberry," Lu Anhe also averted his eyes, "when we contacted your family in the Q district, we found that they had all, there was no more." He didn't say anything further. Yan Ming didn't let him go on either. An hour later, He Yunting and Lu Anhe walked out. And behind them, in the background, Yan Ming was crying out in sorrow. It was too strange. Except for Yan Ming, the family backgrounds of all the prospective pilots were re-examined and there was nothing unusual. Who was secretly doing the pushing to make so sure that they could exploit Yan Ming's jealousy and be certain that he would attack Redberry regardless? Or perhaps that, from the moment they boarded the ship, there was an eye firmly watching them. They had fallen back into passivity again. The 2 men had not closed their eyes for a long time, but neither seemed to feel tired. "I'll go take care of old G's remains." He didn't wait for He Yunting to say anything else and immediately added, "Please boss. Let me go alone, I'll talk to him again." The border area was really too far from the Empire, and the current situation was too uncertain. Even bringing him back to the Empire intact, Lu Anhe couldn't guarantee it. He Yunting looked at him for a long time, and finally just nodded his head. Lin Han didn't expect He Yunting to come to the observation room. He knew he could only do a limited amount of work, and after doing all his share of work, in order not to cause trouble for others, and perhaps for other reasons, Lin Han still came to this room a few days ago. At that time, everything was still calm and the starry sky was close at hand. Lin Han had fallen into a daze. And during his daze, he heard the sound of someone pushing the door in. He Yunting was standing in front of him, as if he was also surprised that he would appear here. His face was barely visible, and his uniform was as wrinkle-free as ever after a long time without rest. The two men looked at each other. It was obvious that a few days ago Lin Han was sitting here hugging his knees and holding out his hand to He Yunting, asking him to pull him up a little. But half a day ago, the atmosphere between the two became subtle and odd again, and neither spoke for a while. You haven't rested. Finally it was Lin Han who opened his mouth first. General doesn't seem to have slept. He Yunting's lips moved very lightly and shook his head. Why is Mr. Lin here? The stars were clearly invisible now. Lin Han thought for a moment, because it's quiet here. Like a secret base. He Yunting didn't react, and Lin Han watched his expression, finally catching some slackness from the meticulous face. No progress? He asked tentatively. He Yunting said. Sort of. Lin Han was still sitting on the floor hugging his knees as before, looking up at He Yunting. Maybe the general can consider letting me help. His voice was getting smaller and smaller, because he didn't know who was the most suspicious besides Wen Tianyao. Chi Jiamu, or someone else. Lin Han pondered. But saw He Yunting take 2 steps toward him and stop in front of him. He Yunting looked at him with downcast eyes. Mr. Lin. I said before, when we get to the warship, you should follow me closely. He Yunting slowed down his speech. Is that okay? He didn't know what surprises would come next. Lin Han naturally didn't forget this sentence. But now He Yunting's tone sounded less certain than before, and more cautious. Even he was afraid of being rejected. Was he still unable to let go of Ji Meng's death, and was still constantly blaming himself? Consequently torturing himself. Was he always like this? Lin Han remembered the grief in the other's heart half a day ago, and when he looked at He Yunting again, there was a little more feeling in his eyes. He suddenly wanted to give him a hug. He wanted to. So did it. General, Lin Han called him, can you come over a little bit? His tone sounded a little soft. Just like when he asked He Yunting to give him a hand a few days ago. Lin Han tilted his head to look at him, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. He Yunting didn't understand what he meant, but he obediently walked over and leaned down again. Lin Han then reached out and easily hugged him. This hug had nothing to do with love. Lin Han didn't want to ask the other exactly what kind of emotion he had for him, so even if he wasn't wearing gloves now, he would still hear what was in the other's heart. But more than that, Lin Han wanted to simply give him a hug. He Yunting seemed to freeze. And only slowly became less stiff long after being embraced by him. It's okay, Lin Han said. It's just a hug. He actually wanted to say, don't feel bad. Wanted to say he was there, but when he placed his hand on the other's back, he forgot about these redundant consolations again. Mr. Lin. He Yunting's low voice came from behind Lin Han's ear, like the clearest handful of snow among the mists of the pine forest, high and pure because it hung in the air, yet cold and hard to melt because of its highness. Do you know how to read minds? The sadness in He Yunting's voice wasn't too strong, exactly like his inner thoughts. Will he hear what's in my heart? Will he see my weakness and understand my vileness? If he did, he would never give me a hug. Lin Han was silent. Not only could he hear what he was thinking, but he could almost empathize with him because they had touched each other so many times, and see him remember all the soldiers who had died, and then build a monument to them in his heart. I don't. Lin Han opened his mouth, but couldn't tell He Yunting the truth. He couldn't stick another knife in his heart, bloodying the other to repeat such a mind cycle. He Yunting seemed to be comforted. Holding Lin Han's hands tighter and burying his head a little deeper. Lin Han sensed the warmth that surrounded him, but his ears were filled with He Yunting's inner voice that constantly blamed himself. Even though he tried, He Yunting still couldn't completely let go. This man was quiet and aloof, as if nothing could hurt him in the slightest. He couldn't even smile. Yet he exposed his full vulnerability to him without even knowing it. Lin Han felt as if his heart was tethered by an invisible ribbon, tugging with a sore and soft pain. He patted the other's back as he had done the first time they embraced, and spoke in a small, firm voice. But you're invincible. The moment he said this, Lin Han was suddenly wrapped in a tight embrace and was almost unable to breathe. But soon, as if afraid of hurting him, the other quickly let go again. Lin Han's heart felt like it was being grabbed, and the heartache seeped into his chest even more. He raised his hand. His fingertips climbed He Yunting's neck, and his arm pulled him towards him until their heartbeats were dissolved into one, beating together. And the pain could be split in two, no longer carried by the other person alone. It's okay. Lin Han clung to the other's neck and said to him once again, it doesn't matter if you're sad. You're invincible. He Yunting didn't speak for a long time, nor did he desperately try to break away from him like he did before. Until after a long time, Lin Han finally heard a very soft response. He Yunting looked like he was finally tired and could simply indulge himself for a while. He half kneeled on the ground, but still didn't use his full body weight over it, then in a reverent and restrained position, sank into Lin Han's embrace. Chapter 39. Lin Han felt the breathing of the person in his arms gradually calming down. He Yunting was a little uncomfortable when he first embraced him, but he regained peace in Lin Han's lean arms. So he also stopped making noises, and, for the first time, tried to use a dependent position with him. I can't take the weight off my shoulders, but I would like to draw peace in your warmth. From now on, you and I are different from others, no one knows that we have a secret that we share on this night. Gradually, Lin Han's ears also became quiet, only the other's strong and steady heartbeat remained. He knew, He Yunting finally stole a moment of leisure. No more questioning himself all the time, no more dwelling on the various rights and wrongs that plagued him. At this moment he belonged to him and to himself. The posture of He Yunting's arms around him wasn't weird, but had a sacredness that could not be desecrated. Lin Han also stopped talking. No one would come to disturb them at this moment, as if they could embrace each other like this. In the silence they gained comfort, in the darkness of the night they felt hope. Even though he knew that by pushing open the door, He Yunting would still have to face the anxious situation, and even though he tried to remain neutral, he couldn't avoid the tumultuous political struggle. Even if the tears never end, even if Redberry could no longer bloom, even if the night was endless, it was still short. He Yunting returned to his old coldness the moment he left, but when Lin Han looked at him, he seemed different from before. That meant the hug was effective. Lin Han thought. That's enough. He smiled at He Yunting first. If General feels tired, he can come to me. His eyes swept over the hands that remained warm, and no more polite handshakes with me, you can hold it whenever you wish. If this could share even a little of He Yunting's sadness. He Yunting seemed stunned for a moment and raised his eyes to look at him. You don't have to think about anything, or care about what's next to you, Lin Han said with a tilt of his head. If the general thinks that would be better, don't ask me, you can grab my hand anytime you want. Perhaps it was the long hug that brought them closer together, and Lin Han felt the urge to say, smile, He Yunting. But he soon felt that he had overstepped the mark and withdrew the idea. Thank you. He Yunting only replied with these two words, which also seemed to be a tacit agreement to what Lin Han said before. Lin Han tilted his head to look at this always cold face, and that thought he had just now had become more and more vivid, and he couldn't hide it. He wanted to see him smile. He must look good when he smiles, it must be different from everyone else. There must be an opportunity to see it. The day would come when it happened. Lin Han thought all of this. He Yunting left the observation room and went back to his work as if he wasn't tired, or as if the hug he had just given him had given him renewed strength. Lin Han briefly got some sleep and returned to the captain's room to find some people arguing. Lu Anhei's voice came over the communicator. We just contacted the Oddbound biosystem. They said the weather is bad these days, visibility is extremely poor. And besides, we've just had a change of heart in the border area, and their advice is that the exercise can no longer continue. Oddbound didn't respect the Empire, but the relationship of cooperation over the years didn't let them give such advice out of thin air. Since the other side said so, it must be really not suitable to continue. What was more, the sudden accident caught everyone off guard, and the sergeants were too eager to bring Ji Meng's remains back. He Yunting wasn't surprised by this matter, as if he thought the same. His hand was propped up on the command platform. His eyebrows didn't show his weariness, and no one could imagine that he hadn't closed his eyes for a long time. I know. In order to ensure safety, all the mecha of Group A had been recalled, while Group B, having already ensured their safety, some of the prospective pilots were still unwilling to give up this opportunity, and carried out casual training without clear instructions from He Yunting. But before He Yunting could say anything, Wen Tianyao opened his mouth first. General, Everyone has already gone out of their way to come to the border area like this, not to mention that the fourth round of exercises only comes once a year. If we don't select the best pilots to be integrated into the army, wouldn't it be? His meaning was clear. He felt that the exercise shouldn't stop there. He Yun-ting turned his head to look at him without emotion. Then what His Highness means is that you will take the responsibility for Major Ji Meng's accident this time. He Yun-ting, who used to be unconcerned with Wen Tianyao, asked him in such a tone. Ji Meng had died. But someone wasn't even willing to take the responsibility. Wen Tianyao's face turned white and he shook his head subconsciously, excusing himself in a very official tone, saying, "We are all very sad that such a thing happened to Major Ji Meng." Lin Han saw He Yunting's face darken for a minute after hearing this, so. Wen Tianyao seemed to be very good at saying these kinds of words. He looked calm. Lieutenant Colonel Liu has taken over his job, so it shouldn't stop there, after all. This is an opportunity to select elite pilots for the base, you can't just leave this easily. At this moment, Lin Han suddenly felt odd. He felt that Wen Tianyao sometimes had a kind of stupidity that he didn't even realize. He seemed to put the maintenance of his image and status first, but ignored many issues of principle. Oddbound has said that the climate has changed. What if some star pirates take advantage of the situation? He Yun-ting said word by word. All the prospective pilots were selected after 3 rounds of selection at the base, who will be responsible for their lives. Wen Tianyao seemed to want to say something else, but Yan Ming is also one of the pilots, yet because of his operation mishap, He Yun-ting was half a head taller than Wen Tianyao. Looking down at him when his tone was completely cold, the brim of his military cap cast an icy shadow over his eyes, making his sense of oppression even greater. He didn't wait for Wen Tianyao to finish and interrupted him directly, "But they are my sergeants first and the Empire's sergeants second. The matter of Yan Ming hasn't yet been fully investigated, and even if there's to be a trial, it will eventually go back to the military court to convict with solid evidence." He Yun-ting didn't often say such long words to Wen Tianyao, even though his tone actually didn't change much from before. It made Wen Tianyao subconsciously avoid his eyes, or is it that His Highness the Prince wants to overstep his authority? Wen Tianyao's tone changed instantly. "What do you mean by that, General?" He Yun-ting, however, no longer paid attention to him. Probably only he, too, dared to show such a look to the Imperial Prince. "Pass the communication. Tell all pilots in Group B to stop all training immediately, return to the battleship by number, count their numbers and evacuate. Wherever they are now, recall them. Don't let pilots leave their Mecca." The climate of the border region was supposed to be the worst of the galaxies under the Empire's jurisdiction, with huge temperature differences between day and night, toxic ultraviolet rays and a thin atmosphere. Even though in the long evolution, humans weren't as delicate as they were many years ago when they lived on Earth, almost no one wanted to be exposed to the air without wearing protective clothing. And the reason why the star pirates were more recognizable was that their armament was fragmented out of specification, and the face of the people had become pitch black in vicissitudes because they were always subjected to the harsh climate. Wen Tianyao's face was very bad. Wanted to insist on something, but because of He Yunting's pressure, he didn't continue to speak. Lin Han couldn't help but guess his purpose for coming here. He said he was spying. So who was he spying on? Was it He Yunting, Yi Ling? Or these would-be pilots? The relationship between the two sides looked tense. And at that moment, the person who had been staying next to Wen Tianyao these days suddenly opened his mouth. "General doesn't have to be so angry." The person smiled politely and distantly, and was well-mannered. His Royal Highness also means that he just feels that the opportunity is rare and doesn't want to let it go. Wen Tianyao heard someone come out to ease the atmosphere. The embarrassed expression on his face subsided a little. But He Yunting obviously didn't care about it, just shot a faint glance at the person who opened his mouth, and then turned his eyes away. After all, there was someone to give a step. Wen Tianyao didn't turn the momentum down. Shi Yuan. There's no need to speak. The person named Shi Yuan was Wen Tianyao's personal deputy. It was known as the Roll of 1,000, and counted as half of His Highness. Shi Yuan's presence wasn't high, and sometimes Wen Tianyao didn't let him follow, but today, due to the incident, they came together to the captain's room. Although Shi Yuan was low profile, he was really Wen Tianyao's right-hand man, otherwise Wen Tianyao wouldn't have taken him on the battleship. When Shi Yuan heard Wen Tianyao say this, he immediately nodded, then we will obey the general. Those were just His Highness's suggestions. After saying this, Shi Yuan politely took a step back and said no more. Wen Tianyao eventually couldn't continue to insist, watching He Yunting recall all the pilots in turn, then take down their numbers and return them to the warship. Lu Anhei came back with a broken redberry, but put its remains in his aegis. The redberry was badly damaged and had no airtight function, so Ji Meng could easily decay in such an environment where he could come into contact with the outside world. So Lu Anhei turned the aegis, cold air on to the maximum, and then placed Ji Meng inside in a fully airtight way so that he could be brought back to the empire intact as much as possible under the limited conditions. Lu Anhei's expression had calmed down. Even when talking to Yi Ling, occasionally there would be a smile. Only there was always something missing in that smile. With He Yunting around, the execution was quick, and all orders were completed in less than half a day. Some of the prospective pilots returned to the battleship with a look of confusion on their faces. Was this it? After trying their best to pass the 3 rounds of selection, they had to withdraw and go back to deeper investigation after an accident occurred at the slot when they were about to get the result. The twilight in the border area was depressing and desolate. There were no inhabitants here, except for the soldiers stationed on the far side of the border, and only the dirty, dark yellow sand remained. Lin Han was just a little sorry. He might not be able to see the Arinarong Nebula that He Yunting had mentioned. The command room of the captain's room was repositioned, and after a head count, the return journey was imminent. The route back from the border region was again different from before they came, and they were able to start the leap on the first day, and after a successful leap, were able to take 1 day less than when they came. Lin Han used a nutrient and re-entered the captain's room. He Yunting was staring intently at the screen in front of him, as the reports of all the items in place continued to come over the comm. Lin Han looked at him sideways. He Yunting's face was as deep as water, but there was finally a faint trace of weariness between his eyebrows, and he blinked, leaving this last bit of fatigue behind him. The previous kind of heartache diffused up again sluggishly. Lin Han remembered what he had told him earlier and suddenly got the urge to do so, without considering what Yi Ling and Lu Anhei would think of him. General, Lin Han spread his hands to He Yunting and opened his mouth gently with a very natural tone. Do you want to hold it? He felt that He Yunting got startled for a moment. Lin Han didn't tense up, nor did he withdraw his hand. His cold white 5 fingers were long and slender, his palm was facing up, waiting for something. He Yunting didn't say anything. The color of his eyes finally eased a point, and he wanted to stretch out his hand over the other's 5 fingers. The change also happened at this moment. The battleship hadn't moved yet, but at the same time issued a frightening ear-splitting alarm. The Empire was on the highest level of alert for Zerg, and some alarms were engraved in the program, and would automatically sound without being pulled in case of an emergency before them. And that was exactly what was happening now. This wasn't a normal alarm, it was a sharp alarm only when the Zerg appeared. He Yunting's hand eventually didn't rise, his eyes turned cold again as he grabbed the communicator to speak. There was no need to speak anymore. A second later, the battleship's external display had come up with a picture. A huge creature with a dark body appeared at some point not far from the battleship, its pair of tentacles opened and closed. Its mouthparts were sharp, and its 8 feet were intimidating with horrible mechanical barbs. It was a massive giant mechanical sandworm. Chapter 40. After a second of absolute silence, the entire battleship was swept up in an uproar. Zerg were an unimaginably strange existence in the theory of evolution. In addition to a few Zerg who had evolved to have human intelligence, they were also divided into various species. The most common were sandworms, hard-shelled mealybugs, water worms, multi-winged worms, drill worms with reproductive ability or parasitic ability, and many more species that couldn't even be named. Even if some of the highest level of Zerg had the ability of independent thinking, their nature was absolutely violent. The one in front of them was undoubtedly one of the giant mechanical sandworms with a danger level of SS. Their limbs had become as hard as steel with sharp limb ends, and its body was filled with poison. A normal human simply couldn't survive a single hit. Zerg with the word giant were more than 10 times the size of normal Zerg, and some giant mechanical sandworm limbs even ignored the normal size of steel, could pass through the metal made by these humans to resist them, and pierce the heart of a mecha. All Zerg could be defeated on one condition and one condition only, by the destruction of their brains. Some had a near-perfect regenerative ability. And even if they cut off their sensitive tentacles and limbs, they could regenerate and continue to fight as long as their brains weren't destroyed. The special alarm was blaring piercingly. The giant sandworm had a leisurely gait, as if announcing its arrival, and was now slowly approaching them with its ghastly limbs, raising the yellow sand with every step. The ship's defense system has been turned on. P1 nuclear particle beam cannon, the only one stored in the most critical situation. Yi Ling's expression was gloomy, while checking the ammunition and weapons stocked on the battleship. Since their initial purpose was only practical training and exercises, although conventional ammunition was naturally essential, the strategic-level particle nuclear bomb couldn't be loaded. After all, no matter who, beforehand, they wouldn't have expected the presence of Zerg here. But now wasn't the time to think about this. Ready the electromagnetic cannon energy storage, He Yun-ting ordered, turning his head in the meantime to glance at the monitoring of the ship's cabin where the recruits were. Many of them had also noticed the anomaly and even started to get nervous. Many of them were new recruits to the base. And even though the 3 rounds of selection had proven them to be much better than the norm as prospective pilots, very few had seen the Zerg in person. Some people began to sit still, but because the sandworm hadn't fully approached yet, they couldn't see it clearly through their portholes, and could only sit in place anxiously, and mumble something under their breath. Beauty 2 electromagnetic cannon charging complete. All main guns ready. The entire captain's room and the next level of the command module were still calm and began to deploy the combat approach one by one, and Yi Ling even added. Beauty 2 ready to fire. Lin Han, also seeing the Zerg for the first time, gradually calmed down after the initial shock, and although his eyes were still staring at the giant bug, he found himself not having as much fear as he thought. The giant mechanical sandworm's armor was so hard that ordinary grenades couldn't do much damage, and as everyone began to prepare for the attack, the door was suddenly knocked on sharply. This time certainly no blind sergeant would come up directly to ask for instructions, and everyone could guess who it was. He Yunting's face couldn't help but be a bit colder. The door opened and Wen Tianyao walked in anxiously with his own deputy. General He. Wen Tianyao's voice carried extreme anger. His hatred for Zerg could barely be concealed at this moment. Why is there a Zerg? Didn't we already talk to the planet before coming? Shi Yuan stood beside him and watched his anger, frowned and wanted to remind him of his identity. But soon Wen Tianyao himself also realized the problem, trying to calm down a bit. Before the landing had been confirmed. Who confirmed it? Why is there such inaccurate information? Wen Tianyao's mouth moved fast. This time he had come only for surveillance, and forgot that the person in charge had been the Redberry pilot, Ji Meng. After saying this sentence, Lu Anhei's face became very ugly, looking like he almost wanted to vomit. But Wen Tianyao's status was noble, so Lu Anhei couldn't directly contradict him, and he just said. Oddbound also didn't say that they would help us watch out for Zerg. The one responsible for this is already dead. He Yunting's tone was cold. Why doesn't your highness ask his corpse? Wen Tianyao's pupils contracted for a moment, as if he didn't expect He Yunting to say that. He restrained his emotions and gave a smile that he had practiced many times before. Of course. I didn't mean that. Pass the order to everyone on the warship. Everyone is to retreat to the inner cabins. He Yunting continued to order. 10 seconds to fire the Beauty 2 electromagnetic cannon. Yes. Wen Tianyao stomped his foot in place. Shi Yuan looked unfazed and didn't stop him. Lin Han stood aside and watched coldly, recalling what he had read earlier. Combining his previous inner thoughts and Wen Tianyao's current performance, he really didn't know that there would be a Zerg ambush here. But there was something wrong. Why would the Zerg be led here? How many were there? Was it a coincidence, or was someone doing it on purpose? Coincidence aside, if it was really intentional, then what was the purpose of doing so? Lin Han frowned tightly and had a guess. Undoubtedly. With a Zerg's ferocious nature, coupled with the existence of this one giant bug, it wouldn't be able to be concealed when they returned to the Empire. But the condition for their smooth return to the Empire was to destroy the Zerg before they could leap to the leap point and return. And the main peace faction a few days ago said on public television that they would accept the gesture of goodwill from the high-ranking Zerg, and now the negotiations hadn't yet taken shape. And the side of the border area was fighting first. In this way, The radicals didn't need to waste any more words in the council, the masses would be on their side. At this time, Luoqi then advocated a little harder against the Zerg, and with the state of the battle this time in the atmosphere, the main peace faction basically couldn't turn over anything. And it just so happened that Wen Tianyao was at this practical training. And it just so happened that he was a hidden radical. Wen Tianyao had a good image among the people in the past, and everyone praised him for his lack of stature and approachability, and now that he was directly involved in this event, with more incitement, the common people were bound to love him even more and think he was the future king. That would make his position even harder to shake. But the problem was, from the content of Lin Han's mind reading more than once, it seemed that he was really ignorant of this matter. Could it be that Wen Tianyao was just a front, a flashy front to block the gun? The other side's purpose was never just to help Wen Tianyao to take his seat, but had greater ambitions. In this way, it seemed to make sense for the time being. Lin Han believed that He Yunting could also think about this aspect, so he didn't even have the intention to tell him. Now he was the backbone. He couldn't let him distract himself. And He Yunting and he seemed to have some level of induction. Lin Han saw He Yunting's expression also changed a little, turning coldly toward Wen Tianyao. Your Highness, just stay well on the warship, naturally. We can guarantee your safety. At this time, the countdown of Beauty 2 type electromagnetic cannon also entered the end. 3, 2, 1-inch boom. With a loud boom, the electromagnetic cannon, which was jokingly called Beauty 2 inches, rushed towards the sandworm at a very fast speed under the propulsion of the main cannon. Even though the electromagnetic cannon had its own tracking function and was aimed at its brain, it was able to retract all of its mechanical limbs and raise its evolved armor at this instant boom. The gun and the steel back clash with a gunpowder astringent impact, sparks were everywhere. But the giant sandworm just shivered, and survived the attack that was enough to destroy countless buildings. He Yunting knew that this shot wouldn't work, and calmly commanded to continue the attack. The electromagnetic cannon kept storing energy and firing. Some of the targets weren't the brain of the sandworm, but other parts of it. After dodging 2 more electromagnetic cannons, the sandworm finally seemed to be enraged, sinking its head. Its goosebump-inducing compound eyes squirming densely, extending its mouthparts and letting out a loud hiss. The next second, all of its limbs and feet, with a speed that could barely be captured by the naked eye, began to move, flying towards them. Turn on the mega particle cannon. He Yunting's tone didn't change in the slightest, and Yi Ling knew his tactics very well, and had already finished storing energy long before, waiting for this moment. The battleship with its shields on was like an impenetrable giant barrier, and with an opening torn between the barriers. The spinning and firing white light reached almost the same speed as the sandworm that was running towards them right now, attacking it violently in a hard charging stance. The entire warship seemed to tremble, and in the smoke and collision, the sandworm, which had been expected to make all the moves, didn't even make a last roar, and was evenly hit by the particle cannon. While its hard armor wasn't able to protect the most critical parts immediately due to the movement of the limbs, it was finally hit in the brain. Its steel-like limbs didn't move, and after a loud boom, it fell to the ground with a crash. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Wen Tianyao's face eased for a few moments, but it was still barely composed. So, General, his voice stopped. Because the alarm didn't stop with the loss of this one sandworm. Zerg alerts were issued based on the collected Zerg brainwave movements, which meant that there was more than one. Wen Tianyao's face gradually turned white. The ground began to shake, the yellow sand was still rising recklessly, and the sky in the border area was already low, and now it became dim and dark, like some kind of extremely ominous foreshadowing. 3 seconds later, the giant mechanical sandworm, identical to the one just now, reappeared in the display. But the difference was this time, there were at least 5 or more of them. Behind them, there were even more Zerg. This scale could no longer be called accidental. General, Yi Ling reported urgently, there's still half of the ammunition left inside the warship, but if these Zerg attack together, I'm not sure that. How long will it take to travel to the leap point at full speed now? At least half a day. He Yunting's eyebrows twitched. Report the situation at the leap point, and the energy reserves. The information of the warship was recorded at the leap point, and what was needed most for the leap was enough energy. Yi Ling didn't understand why He Yun-ting suddenly asked this, but after contacting the command room, he answered truthfully, everything is normal at the leap point, and can supply the 80,000 units needed for the leap. He Yun-ting asked, what is the minimum energy consumption if we fire the P1 NPP beam cannon? 60,000 units, Yi Ling said truthfully. He Yun-ting finally tightened his eyebrows. What's wrong? Wen Tianyao on the side looked like he was in a hurry. General, what are you still doing frozen? Fire your weapon first, then back up. Back up to the leap point. If you succeed in leaping, nothing will happen. Lin Han, however, only looked at He Yun-ting. And even he couldn't say why he had such great confidence in He Yun-ting, as if no one else's words counted. And he only believed in his words. And now that He Yun-ting didn't open his mouth for half a day, there must be some new problem. Wen Tianyao sounded more and more anxious. Retreat. Leap. Isn't there still a beam cannon? With its power, these insects are nothing. I hope your highness has the most basic judgment. He Yun-ting looked like he finally couldn't stand it anymore and didn't even look at him this time, since the Zerg can appear in front of us. Do you think we can escape from the leap point? Wen Tianyao was suddenly silenced. I can guarantee that the Zerg are where the leap point is now, and will only be more than this, not less. And the energy left in the warship now, if used to blast away these insect queens, could make it to the leap point. But if there are really other Zerg at the leap point, if the number is really more than this, then without the escort of the P1 nuclear particle beam cannon, these mecha and these pilots would all be trapped at the leap point without enough ammunition, and couldn't move. And the Empire would certainly send support in the time it takes for support to arrive. This ship was a live target to be slaughtered. The scene fell back into silence, only the blaring of alarms continued. He Yun-ting, however, suddenly made a decision and stood up. Yi Ling looked up along with his movement, opening his mouth. General. It was obviously such a common action, but he felt bad. All active pilots listened to the order. Including the prospective pilots who haven't gotten the selection results yet. He Yun-ting opened the ship-wide communication. Your mecha is the only weapon you have at this moment. It may be the first time many of you have been here, and while no one wants it to be, the fact is that you must now pilot it to retrieve the only leap point. Group B mecha doesn't have live ammunition. He snorted to himself, wondering if he was glad someone had done something to give them half the live ammunition, load half up from Group A mechas. He Yun-ting turned to Yi Ling and said, take all the pilots to full speed. The P1 nuclear particle beam cannons are reserved to give the last shot to the leap point. Even if it blows up, it doesn't matter. Lu Anhei's face also changed. What do you mean? If it's necessary, then blow up the leap point. He Yun-ting's voice was cold. Wen Tianyao was stunned. But now what about these? I'm going to stall these things. He said, if it really comes to the point where you need to blow up the leap point, don't hesitate. And there's no need to wait for me to come back. Mr. Lin, you have two choices now. He Yun-ting, however, didn't answer Wen Tianyao's words. His tone carried the usual coldness, as if he was just helping Lin Han unscrew a nutrient. Lin Han met his eyes without blinking or avoiding. He saw He Yun-ting pick up his mecha's key and walk towards him. He had seen that key before. And he had even opened the mecha to which it belonged to. In that narrow side of the repair room. Either you stay on the battleship and return to the Empire at the first opportunity if the danger clears. He said, but since there are no more mecha to spare, and their priority is to retake the leap point. His meaning was clear. These pilots were all new. And Lu Anhei and Yi Ling were too busy commanding to necessarily take care of Lin Han's safety. He Yun-ting inclined his head to look at the barren planet full of yellow sand. Although the border area covers a large area, due to the harsh climate and sparse population, it carried sad sense of depression. Lu Anhei finally understood something. He gritted his teeth and stood up. Let me do it. I can stall. Aegis, defense is the highest, although its attack power wasn't comparable to M.2742. This sentence. He didn't say. You take Yi Ling and take command of the rest of these pilots. He Yun-ting looked at the new recruits who were already starting to stir in the monitor.